where he pays no monthly fees. He receives his money from clients through various channels, including QR codes, at no cost to them or to him. He has also managed to buy a couple of fridges, motorbikes, opened up various outlets within his locality, and now employs around 50 people that sell not just milk, but he's also added a bit of value addition to yogurt. Quito also has a contract to supply various schools, and he does borrow working capital from financial institutions that provide credit at a rate that meets his business hurdles. The great Madiba said, "What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived, it is the difference that we have made to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the lives we lead." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robert. I am surprised you didn't mention Central Bank of Kenya, recognized for the data information shared.
Amongst others.
So he's not biased, I can see that.
Amongst
Thank
others.
you very much, amongst others. Walter, please.
Good morning, esteemed guests, partners, and colleagues. I stand before you with immense pleasure and honor as we gather for the unveiling of the second State of Inclusive Instant Payment Systems report. This is more than just an event. It's a testament to a shared aspiration to create a more inclusive and equitable financial landscape in Africa. I want to acknowledge AfricaNenda's CEO, Robert Ochola, Deputy CEO, Sabine Mensah, and Deputy CEO, Wale Goodluck, and the rest of the team for their leadership for the SIIPS report and for the incredible work of AfricaNenda. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation also for their vision and support. Our team at Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors, which includes my colleagues, Henrietta Bankole Olasina, Sarah Asbo, and Segi Adeola. They all understand the importance of this work, and we are proud to make it happen. As the proud fiscal sponsor for AfricaNenda, we are working together with leadership of AfricaNenda to support the mission and accelerate their efforts to remove barriers to instant and inclusive payments. It is our belief that expanding financial inclusion and economic empowerment is pivotal to our shared journey towards Rockefeller's mission of a more just and equitable world. In less than 5 years, AfricaNenda has emerged as a beacon of expertise and innovation, promoting the vision for and the rapid evolution of instant and inclusive payment systems across Africa, with the objective of supporting and planning and capacity needed to develop instant inclusive payments systems that will financially include 150 million adults, Africans by 2024. This journey will not always be simple, even with the incredible talent, expertise, and networks and resources assembled. Yet even in the relatively short time of AfricaNenda's work, progress has been made and leadership retains an unwavering dedication for financial inclusion and economic empowerment across Africa. Last year, the inaugural SIIPS report shed light on the opportunities and challenges of the payment systems landscape in Africa. Comprehensive and solutions-oriented, this document has been a roadmap to directing the collective efforts of multiple stakeholders across Africa towards realizing the dream of financial inclusion and economic empowerment, to become low-cost level 1 compliant systems in Africa. The vision of an economically empowered Africa is not the dream of a few, but the shared ambition of many. And I want to thank the partners who've made that today possible. To the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, particularly Dili Abera, Costa Peric, and Michael Wigan, thank you for your vision and unwavering support. To UNECA and the World Bank, we are grateful for your collaboration with AfricaNenda on this SIIPS report, and to the advisory council members of AfricaNenda, some of whom are here today, we thank you for your continued guidance and support of AfricaNenda. Every perspective contributes to the shared vision and narrative. I encourage all shareholders to read, contribute, and collaborate with AfricaNenda on the SIIPS 2023 report to propel more Africans to financial inclusion and propel Africa to more economic empowerment and prosperity. The report tells the stories and provides a roadmap of how positive, long-lasting transformation is possible for the lives of the poor and vulnerable people on the African continent. At RPA, we are proud to participate in such a transformative effort for equity. We thank you for your unwavering attention and commitment. As we delve into the depths of the SIIPS 2023 report, let's remember that together, we're shaping an Africa where financial access and economic empowerment are universal rights, not privileges. Here's to transcending boundaries and heralding an era of boundless potential and inclusion and sustainable economic growth across Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Walter, for all your support. Stephen Karingi, on behalf of the Executive Secretary of the UNECA, please, for your speech.
Her Excellency, Mrs. Huria Ali, the Minister of Women and Social Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Dr. Robert Ochola, the Chief Executive Officer of AfricaNenda, Mr. Walter Sweet, the Senior VP, Sponsored Projects and Funds, Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisor, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to have been accorded an opportunity to represent the Executive Secretary of at this important occasion of the launch of the State of Instant and Inclusive Payment Systems, SIIPS Report 2023. And before reading the Executive Secretary's statement, I would like to convey his greetings. Unfortunately, he could not be with us today due to other commitments. I also want to take this opportunity to also ask you to bear with us that we had to repurpose this banquet hall for this meeting because we are renovating the conference center so that we can actually be able to have an even better experience for platforms for these kinds of policy dialogues. Let me start by acknowledging that African countries have made remarkable strides in adapting to the new normal of increased reliance on digital technologies since the COVID-19 pandemic. In this regard, our focus is to promote digital financial services as a safer, more efficient, and convenient alternative to traditional cash-based transactions. This shift towards digital payments will enhance financial inclusion and also boost economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are all aware, access to information is vital for progress, and the State of Instant Inclusive Payment Systems in Africa report, SIIPS Africa, is a beacon of hope in that regard. By providing a reliable source of information, this report is empowering private entities to make informed investment decisions and enabling governments to create evidence-based policies. With SIIPS Africa, we can confidently move forward towards a brighter future. It is great to see that some instant payment systems in Africa have been successful. Still, these are only available to a limited number of financial institutions and for high transaction values. Many financial providers have a significant opportunity to connect with more customers and grow their balance sheets in cash-based economies. There is so much potential waiting to be unlocked. Today, we've gathered here to listen to the findings and insights from SIIPS Report 2023, and also to raise awareness about the importance of IIPS in driving financial inclusion and economic empowerment in Africa. I wish to state that these are the fruits of a dedicated team of researchers committed to finding effective economic and social policies to facilitate knowledge sharing and capacity building among industry experts, policymakers, financial institutions, and project partners on successful IIPS implementation strategies, best practices, and emerging technologies. Today, AfricaNenda, in collaboration with ECA and the World Bank, is launching the second edition of SIIPS, as we have heard. And this launch explores the current state, limitations, and opportunities of IIPS in Africa. The goal, again, is to provide African payment system stakeholders with valuable insights that can unlock the full potential of IIPS and benefit the people of Africa. To achieve this, our team has conducted extensive primary consumer research in Rwanda, Malawi, Senegal, Cameroon, and Morocco to gain valuable insights into emerging trends, challenges, and also learnings across various schemes. We have also included 4 new case studies that provide practical insights into eCash, that's in Rwanda, NatSwitch in Malawi, Zambia Electronic Clearing House Limited, and Gimac Pay in Central Africa. This work provides a strong foundation for collaboration with organizations working on instant and inclusive payment systems to drive financial inclusion and economic empowerment in Africa. Developing the secure and inclusive identification and payment systems is at the heart of ECA's strategic objectives. ECA aims to support member states in issuing digital identification and also building a thriving digital economy. This will be achieved by creating a center of excellence that is focused on digital identification, digital trade, and the digital economy. So let me highlight some concrete initiatives that ECA has undertaken to support the state of instant and inclusive payment systems and the digitalization of Africa's economy. First, the ECA and the African Union Commission have launched an initiative to create a digital ID for Africa. This platform enables stakeholders to learn from each other and also exchange experiences on how digital ID and fintechs can be used to promote financial inclusion. It also supports efforts towards achieving the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. Second, the Economic Commission for Africa has taken bold steps to develop a comprehensive 5-pillar capacity development program to enhance member states' capacity to address the digital transformation of African nations. The program includes a thorough assessment of progress in gender equality, constructive engagement with policymakers, and focused identification of key areas to accelerate digital transformation across the continent. Let me conclude by reiterating that the Economic Commission for Africa will continue its partnership with AfricaNenda and the World Bank to enhance Africa's instant and all-inclusive payment systems in accordance with our directive. This will help promote payment systems throughout the continent while encouraging policymakers and regulators to adopt favorable policies that align with the objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Area. As we strive to achieve our goals, we at the Economic Commission for Africa are committed to fostering productive collaborations with the African Union Commission, other UN agencies, civil society, member states, regional economic communities, and other development partners. I wish you productive and successful deliberations during the launch of this report. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Stephen. It is our honor, Madam Minister, to listen to your opening speech for this event.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
Okay, let me start from telling you a breaking news. I was a former state minister in innovation and technology as a state minister for ICT and digital economy. Now I am a state minister for Ministry of Women and Social Affairs as a social sector. We all work, actually, we all work to make our world a better place for all humanity. So I believe that I came to the right place to serve for all humanity, to make a better place for our world. So today, inclusivity is the major thing. So we need to be inclusive for children, women, youth, and older people, our senior citizens. So today is, I would like to start, good morning and welcome to launch of the State of Inclusive Instant Payment System in Africa. Report 2023, I'm honored to be here today to speak about special importance of inclusive instant payment to African women. In Ethiopia, as in many African countries, women face significant barriers to financial inclusion. They are less likely to have bank accounts, own property, and have access to formal credit. This makes it difficult for them to start and grow businesses, save for the future, and weather financial sector shocks. Digital payments can solve the financial inclusion problems for both women and men in Africa. However, the success of digital financial inclusion depends on reducing digital divide, including the gender digital divide. The gender digital divide is the gap between men and women in terms of their access to and use of information and communication technologies, ICT. The divide exists at all levels, from the global to local. The gender divide has a number of negative consequences for women. It can limit their access to education, employment, and healthcare. It can also make them more vulnerable to poverty and violence. As we all know, the Sustainable Development Goal is to end poverty in 2030. So this will help, this project will have a great contribution. For example, women who do not have the access to the internet are less likely to find jobs or start businesses. They are also less likely to be able to access information about their rights and how to protect themselves from violence. As we all know, protecting social protection is a basic human right. So it will have a great competition. So the gender divide can also have a negative impact on the Ethiopian economy as a whole when women are not able to participate fully in the digital economy. It holds back the country's economic growth and development. There are a number of things that can be done to tackle the gender divide. One important step is increase access to ICT for women and people with disability, older peoples, and youth. This can be done by expanding access to broadband internet and mobile phone networks, and by providing affordable devices and data plans. Another important step is to promote digital literacy among women. This can be done through educational programs and training initiatives that teach women how to use ICT effectively. And finally, it's important to create a gender-inclusive digital ecosystem. This means ensuring that women are involved in the design, development, and use of ICT. It also means promoting gender equality in this sector. In Ethiopia, the government is committed promoting gender equality and financial inclusion. We are working with the private sector to develop and implement innovative financial solutions that are tailored to the needs of women. For example, the government has partnered with mobile network operators to launch inclusive mobile money services accessible to all, with a particular focus on ensuring accessibility for women. This has made it easier to women in rural areas to access financial services. The government has also launched a number of programs to promote financial literacy and entrepreneurship among women. These programs are helping women to develop the skills and knowledge they need to start and grow businesses and manage financial effectively. So Africa Report provides valuable insight into the landscape of instant payment system in Africa and their level of inclusivity. The report finds that there has been significant progress in the development of instant payment systems in Africa in recent years. However, there are still some challenges and the need to be addressed in order to make the systems truly inclusive for women and others. One of the biggest challenges is affordability. Transaction fees can be barrier to access to low-income women. Governments and payment providers need to work together to make instant payment system more affordable for everyone. Another challenge is access. Not all women in Africa has access to smartphones or the internet. Government and the private sector must invest in expanding access to digital infrastructure in order to make instant payment system accessible to all women. And there is a need to ensure the instant payment system are designed with the needs of women in mind. We should not forget all the time. For example, systems should be easy to use and secure. Additionally, it's essential to incorporate features that cater to women's specific requirements, such as easy budget tracking, seamless integration with saving accounts, and the ability to easily transfer funds to family members. Addressing these challenges will be essential to make instant payment system truly inclusive for women in Africa. Inclusive instant payment system has the potential to bring their own financial, to bring significant benefits to African women. They can help to empower women to control their own finance and make their own financial decisions, and save women time and money, help women to access and market opportunities, and support women to start and grow businesses. Build financial resilience among women. I urge government, the private sector, and the civil society to work together to make instant payment system truly inclusive for women and for all humanity in Africa. I would like to thank here. Thank you so much.
Please. We are going to do a group picture here. As I call your name, please join us here. Robert, please come down. Dilly, Costa, Harish, please join us. Our board member, Madam Diop, Madam Stella Kilonzo, please join us for the picture. And Henrietta, please. Wale, please join us for the picture. So this is, yes. You're in this picture. Come on. Excellency, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Absolutely. Makta, Excellency is going to be leading. Let me give you the bag with the report right away, please. Okay. Mary, sorry here. Sorry, I just need to get the bag too. Thank you. Sepagra. Sorry. Allow me, madam.
Oh,
Thank you so much for your support. Sorry, you were saying? Yeah. All right. Okay, I'll keep with this one then. Hello? Hello? Okay, all right. So while we are waiting for our speakers to be back, allow me to run through the agenda of the day so you know what to expect between now and lunch and then the afternoon. So in our plans, we will have the opportunity, my colleague Jacqueline Juma and myself, to share with you some of the highlights of the SIIPS report. We are very fortunate to have with us a panel of international and African experts who are going to be discussing and answering some tough questions regarding their experience, their journey, but also how that relates to the findings of the report. And these we will have Delia Bera from the Gates Foundation. We'll have Arish Natarajan from the World Bank. We'll have Carlos Eduardo Brand from PIX Brazil, and we'll have Archie Hesse from GIPS Ghana. Then we will open it up for Q&A, so give the opportunity for all of you, and of course our audience online to ask questions, and we'll be able to answer those questions. We will have a coffee break. Before the coffee break, we would like to do a group picture with all of us. The group picture will be outside, so we will show you the way and then have a full group picture and then come back for our coffee break. Let's see. Yes, okay, actually the coffee break is happening before the international panel discussion. So, and then that would be for the morning. Please, if you have not signed up for breakout sessions, we have 3 breakout sessions in the afternoon. They are happening at the same time, so you need to sign up for one, but we've made sure that these breakout sessions are videotaped, so later on you'll be able to listen into other sessions if you've not been able to participate in the one. The first breakout session will be on unlocking Africa's trade potential, exploring the role of digital public infrastructure. And our moderator for that section would be our own Maktasak from UNECA. The second breakout session is on enhancing consumer experience, designing user-centric, instant, inclusive payment system. And this session will be moderated by my colleague, Jacqueline Juma. And then the third session is on driving policy harmonization, leveraging cross-border payment, enablement for economic empowerment. And I have the fortune to be a moderator for that session. So if you haven't signed up for them, we will pass on, Barry, I believe we will pass on a list and you can sign up for them and join us in the afternoon. We will have note takers in each of the sessions so that when we come back into the plenary session, we'll have a report out on what has been discussed during these breakouts, and hopefully we'll be able now to close the day with our closing remarks. So I hope that we will be able to, get you going with the findings of this report, and I hope also for a lot of discussions and input from you. If you don't know, we're already writing the TOR for the next report. So this is a perfect setting to give us feedback so we can integrate it. I believe we have all our speakers back. So perhaps we can move now to the next session. Jacqueline Juma, can I invite you to join us on the podium here and we can start this discussion on what we have found out about this report. All right. So please welcome Jacqueline Juma, Director of Advocacy and Capacity Development for AfricaNenda. She has been instrumental into driving this report with me and the rest of the team that you're not seeing. I would like, though, to call them up. I call them our unsung heroes at AfricaNenda who have made this possible for us to be here. And if they are here, please stand up. We have our colleague, Barry. Please stand up for everybody to see. She is the master of ceremony. She is our social media community engagement lead. We also have Stella. I don't know if she's here or she's outside managing everything else, but Stella Obunde has been also a key actor, master of ceremony as well with us. We have our comms lead, Nadia. Again, I'm not sure she's here. She is right looking at the last details. She's in the back there. Nadia Dafi, our Director of Communication. We have one of our colleagues who worked so hard that unfortunately she's sick, but she's in the hotel, but Nesreen has been a key participant and driver of this report as well. So please give them a round of applause. They are our heroes. Thank you very much. So, Jacqueline, you're ready for this? Are you? Because for me, this is the fun part. Now I'm zen, I can do this. So I know our colleagues are going to help us with a presentation. Please let us know if it's ready. And we will try to make this more conversational because honestly, there is so much into this report. We're just giving you the highlights. I recommend, if you haven't been yet, it is already on AfricaNenda website, www.africanenda.org. You can download all of the reports. You have videos. You also have an interactive map with all of the systems. If your country is not there, guess what? Just Give me your card, give me the data, give me the information. We'll have you there next year, please. All right, so we'll start this. Okay, so I'll take this one then. Take this one? No, we'll sit, I'm sitting with you, trust me, that's it. I am Zen. I'm sitting here, can I have this one then? So we have two. Do you want to come in the middle? As Thank you very much. I was worried I wasn't going to see the screen because I was like, how am I going to know which slides they are on? Because, I tend to be one of those control people with OCD. That's what my team says, not me. But all good. Okay, so let's see. We are back. Yeah. And I can see the presentation right there. Yeah, it's just, shall we? Thank you. Quite a pleasure to be here. This report would not have been possible without our partners. And I really would like to, again, call out for UNECA, who has enabled us to be in this room today and all of the event that has happened. Thank you so much, Maktar, and all the team at UNECA for all the support. Wouldn't have happened also without the support of the World Bank. We have Arish Natarajan here and Nilima as well. Thank you for all the support. And of course, without the leadership of our CEO, Dr. Robert Ochola, and the entire AfricaNenda team that you're not seeing here, but trust me, it is the blood and sweat that's in this report. So thank you all for your support. And I would like to start. So maybe I will ask you, if you can give us, help me understand and help our audience understand what was the methodology beyond this report. And maybe also you can talk about what is this instant payment system, inclusive instant payment system, IPS, IIPS? Is it the same, not the same? We want to know.
Thank you, Sabine. Thank you all, and a good morning to all of you. For the research methodology, so first of all, the SIIPS 2023 report is the second in the series. We had our flagship first one last year, so this is the second one, and it's a collaborative initiative between ourselves, AfricaNenda, the World Bank, and UNECA. And the reason or the objective of this research is just to inform stakeholders within the ecosystem on the developments of key instant and inclusive payment system changes as regards the landscape. This year, as you heard earlier, we also went in to identify, are there any opportunities for policy harmonization to facilitate cross-border payments? Again, in line with continental goals, for instance, the digital transformation objectives of the continent, as well as the AfCFTA intentions with digital trade. Specifically, some of the assessments were looking into the inclusivity of instant payment systems across board from a domestic point of view and from a regional point of view, identifying both the functionality, which means the extent through which these payment systems are actually responding to the needs of people, and at the same time looking at the governance, ensuring that the schemes are open to all forms of payment service providers, and at the same time, the payment service providers or participants are providing input in the decision-making that is happening. So it involved desk research from the supply side, and also key interviews with various stakeholders ranging from central banks, payment systems operators, and so on. And also interviews from the demand side, because again, we're looking to understand, first of all, what is the state of usage of digital payments? And secondly, what are the barriers? And number three, and most importantly, to understand the implications in terms of designing the payment systems. We have several outputs from this research. The first one would be, of course, the detailed report, which will be live as soon as we are off stage with Sabine.
Actually, we put it out there. It's already live.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so the detailed report, a summary, because again, it's a very big report, over 300 pages, but very insightful. And we also have case studies, and like earlier mentioned, this time around we were delving deep to understand some instant payment systems in Rwanda, that is eCash, National Financial Switch in Zambia, NAT Switch in Malawi, and GMAC Pay covering the CIMAC region. Over to you.
All right. So back to IIPS, what to do, what not to do. I think for us, it is key to understand a difference between an instant payment system. Things have changed. I started my career 25 years ago, and I started in a bank, and the wire transfer between Burkina Faso and Cote d'Ivoire, neighboring country, used to take 2 weeks. 2 weeks, really. Today, if it takes 10 seconds for me to do a transaction, they get it. So things have changed. Instant has become the expectation for customers. So when we are talking about instant payment system, we are looking at payment system where you as a client can initiate. So that's what we call the pushing the transaction. So you are initiating the transaction and you are able to send it through digital means, and it's quasi real time. So, it's in, I would say, seconds, perhaps minutes, but no longer the 2 weeks that I used to remember. So that for us is key, and the fact that these payment systems are available 24/7, 365, or at least, that's the expectation. Now, when you layer the inclusive instant payment, now we are layering a lot of things on top of that. And part of those things can relate to, first of all, for us at AfricaNenda, we are looking at low cost, low value transactions. There's no minimum. If you want to send $1, if you want to send 100 beer, it doesn't matter. You should be able to use the system to send any of these transactions that you want to do. These transactions are enabling low value, low cost, they're irrevocable. And also for us, these systems in an inclusivity perspective should enable interoperability all to all. Doesn't matter which provider, doesn't matter which device, doesn't matter where you are, doesn't matter what time you are able to, but you should be able to transact with all the actors in the financial ecosystem from one device, from one connection. That is key also in making it inclusive. And for that to happen, it means that there is a level playing field in the financial service providers that are intervening in the service. So for us, inclusivity includes also equal access to the instant payments scheme that is at the national or regional level. It includes equal opportunity, equal input opportunity into the design and the decisions of the scheme. It also means that me as a customer can expect and demand that there are mechanisms to protect me. There are clear recourse mechanisms so that if the service doesn't work as it is expected to, or if I've been faced with a case of fraud, there is somebody who is going to listen to me and provide some type of resolution. So you see that inclusivity piece is actually not optional for us. This is what drives AfricaNenda and the entire team behind our work. It is the inclusivity piece that we want to tackle, because that is what will enable access and usage for the over 400 million Africans that still are excluded for formal financial ecosystem. So with that said, I want to even go further into the inclusivity. When we started in 2021, and I usually say it, it's like that report came out of necessity, really, because we ourselves didn't have the information. So like, okay, how are we going to do our strategy if we don't know where we're starting from? What is the baseline? So it really came from that necessity and birth into what we're seeing here today, understanding the landscape. But it's not just that. It's understanding the landscape, but being able to explain and defend what we call the inclusive instant payment system. And for that, we came up with, I would say, a framework. We call it the Instant Payment System Inclusivity Framework, to help us ourselves assess and then see how we can work with all of you in the ecosystem to refine this assessment framework. So we get to a point where we all are looking at it and holding ourselves accountable of where we are and how we are servicing consumers and how we are working our path from a basic level of inclusivity to a mature level of inclusivity. So coming back to that framework assumes two key areas. One is inclusive functionalities. What is the usability of the system? What channels are available? What use cases are being developed? Then the second piece of it is the inclusive governance around the scheme itself. There's a third piece, which fundamentally for me is actually the real piece. It's the consumer centricity part of the assessment. So when we are looking at it for us at a basic level of inclusivity, you are enabling the channel that's the most popular in the country or the region. And honestly, if you're in Africa, mobile is. Doesn't matter where. You are also at least providing some use cases that enable person-to-person transfer and person-to-business. So I can send money to you, you can send to me, I can pay. So, but that's at minimum, me as a client should expect from an instant payment system in the country. Where we start seeing the inclusivity building up through that spectrum is when you get to a progressed level of inclusivity. There, as a consumer, I expect interoperability all to all to be happening. I expect all of the financial service provider, bank, non-bank, microfinance, fintech, startup, to all be able to contribute, to all be able to provide services in that ecosystem. I also expect the central bank or the regulator or an impartial body with the public interest at heart to really be able to mitigate between the commercial interest, of the participant and really the inclusivity mandate of the participants of the system. So that for us, it really helps us look at that progress level. And of course, from a mature level perspective, we want digital to provide more use cases than cash can ever do. And we want that to be available seamlessly. It is important for us to make sure also that all use cases are enabled into the ecosystem, that we as a customer have protection and recourse mechanism, and it is low cost, affordable to all of us. So just an idea of what that spectrum look like. And I would love for you, Jacqueline, to see how does that connect to what we are seeing in the ecosystem in terms of digital public infrastructure.
Well, from where we sit, we see that if inclusive instant payment systems can reinforce the payment layer of digital public infrastructure. And most importantly, we need to understand what would lead us there, because there are several drivers that we see. If we focus on these four drivers, then we would achieve inclusivity. The first one is an enabling policy environment, which supports a lot of the attributes that you have mentioned, from opening up the schemes to both banks and non-banks, creating frameworks that facilitate risk-based KYC and so on. And, also looking on the other side of things, where ensuring that these instant payment systems are not just being developed because we're looking forward to just introduce technology, but they're being developed so that they can scale and serve a purpose for Africans. The other driver is ensuring that the payment systems or the schemes provide a compelling incentives to the providers, particularly, so that they can appreciate the value proposition in how much they can contribute, ensuring that competition is achieved and at the same time innovation is driven. And most importantly, they need to speak to the needs of Africans from an individual level or household level, businesses, government, and so on, because the customer is all around when it comes to the digital economy or perspectives within the digital public infrastructure.
Okay. So should we move to the big reveal? What has changed between last year and this year? Sure. So from a landscape perspective, wait. I have some prizes. I want to know, I have some quizzes also and questions. So who remembers how many instant payment systems were live in Africa in 2022? Any 10, 15? Anybody wants to jump in?
The present goes to the first hand up.
Yes, yes, we have goodies. Here we go. Premier, can we have a mic no, this mic is actually available. Yes. Oh, I'm loving this. So we'll see. And by the way, disclaimer, limited numbers of premiums. How many systems active in Africa last year?
I think 4.
4. Okay. Anybody wants to take another guess? I didn't qualify the systems. I say how many instant payment system live in Africa. I see a hand over there. Samuel?
Hello. 29.
Now, ding, 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 winner. Yes, 29. And that number has changed. If we go to the next slide. So we are putting your name down, Samuel, for a goodie bag. You will have it at the end of the day. Thank you very much. So 29 last year. Anybody wants to guess for this year where we stand? Oh, that's a bit difficult. But if you were already on the website, you probably would have seen it. We're looking at 32. You need to move the slide for me, please, Barry. We're looking at 32 systems live in Africa. The additions of ET Switch, and I think the ET Switch team is here in Ethiopia. If you're here, please let us recognize you as the new scheme. And thank you very much. We also had an addition with Virement Instantané in Morocco. I know Morocco, you're represented here. So another round for the Moroccan scheme we have. And then we have PayShap from South Africa as the third scheme coming live this year. So from 29, we have 32. Perfect. Now, of course, from a distinction, out of the 32, you have country schemes. So 29 are country schemes and 3 are regional schemes. So in the 3 regional schemes, we have, of course, the PAP system at the Pan-African level. We have GMAC Pay, and I'm really would like to give a standing ovation to Mr. Valentin Landry. If you're here, stand up so we can appreciate you for GMAC Pay. Voila. And we also have the TCIB, transaction cleared on immediate basis for the SADC region. So 3 regional, 29 country instant payment scheme. That is the landscape that we are seeing today as part of the ongoing report that is out now. Now, couple of things also. Last year, the 29 systems were available in 20 countries. So some countries have multiple instant payment schemes. That changed this year. So 5 countries had multiple instant payments. This year, we have 7 countries with multiple instant payment switches. So that's also a difference for what we're seeing. So it's pretty dynamic. You wouldn't expect that much change in a year. I mean, payment systems and infrastructure work usually takes much longer time, I'll say 3 to 5 years sometimes. So we weren't expecting much evolution, but we are truly thrilled by what we're seeing, the new schemes. And trust me, when you see also how the volume and the throughput has increased, you will be amazed. But I think what is important for us, maybe Jacqueline, you can explain what are the different instant payments, just why are we seeing multiple in some countries. So if we can help me with the next slide, please, Nadia, because I don't see Barry there, that would be great. But maybe you can go into giving us an idea of what are these different types of schemes out there and what they mean.
We have 4 types of instant payment systems, and they're characterized based on both the instruments that they support as well as the interoperability arrangements. The first archetype is the bank IPS, which is a system that provides access for banks. We also have the mobile money IPS, providing interoperability amongst mobile money providers. And then we also have the cross-domain IPS, which is delivering an all-to-all interoperability, which just means interconnecting wallets and accounts, banks and non-banks. And then lastly, we have the sovereign currency that are riding on the CBDCs. Between last year we saw that the cross-domain IPSs were on the lead in terms of numbers. Because of the increased appetite for interoperability as a whole. And this year it's the same thing. we are seeing the cross domain systems increasing. For example, from a regional point of view, 2 of the live regional payment systems are cross domain, and one, which is PAPS, is a bank IPS.
All right. So we went from, I think it was 8 or 9. My vision is no longer good. That's why I have those glasses, but I think I haven't solved my problem yet.
So for the cross domain, we went from 10 last year,
Yes.
to 14 this year.
Okay.
For the bank IPS, they grew by 1 from 9 last year to 10 this year. Mobile money from 9 to 7 this year.
Which I can
Perhaps-
explain why. Because we had 2 mobile money schemes that actually moved and became cross-domain. So we also have eCash with Blaise here. So I would like to give an ovation as well to the R-Switch team. The scheme started as a mobile money scheme and became a cross-domain scheme, enabling bank to wallet, wallet to bank. So thank you very much for being with us here. So the fact that the number of mobile IPS is decreasing is actually not bad. It's actually good, because it means that we're driving more interoperability between banks and mobile money wallets. So this is great.
And it doesn't mean that they're no longer operational, because again, when numbers go backwards, there's the tendency to think that they're non-functional or they're not operational.
No. So this is wonderful. Do we want to talk about value transactions? Maybe this is a time for another question. Although, again, I'm going to ask you to guess. You know, last year, I think we had 18 billion transactions processed. And this year, I'm curious to know if you care to guess how far we are in terms of transactions that have gone in. Oh, go for it, Robert. Yay. Go for it. Yes. So if you go to the next slide, we have 32 billion transactions processed through the 32 schemes that we have mentioned. And we have close to 1.2 trillion US dollar processed in the 2022 year alone. And I want to tell you, this number is actually underestimated. Why? Because out of the 32 schemes, we actually collected the data for 22 only. So there are 10 schemes that are live and processed transactions. We just have not had the information or the data. And while you're all here, I really would like to beg for that data and information. Send it to me any way you want. My name is Sabine Mensah. My email address is smensah@africanenda.org. I am here. We really want to advocate for more public information. I mean, central bank, IPS, and operators, put it out in the public domain. We as AfricaNenda sent a letter to all the central banks this year while we're doing the data collection and the IPS data collection as well. We are very fortunate to have 5 central banks who share their data with us, and we will recognize them as well on this presentation, and the instant payment switches. But the more data we have, the finer our analytics and the more knowledge shared across the ecosystem. So help us there. So it's more than 1.2 trillion US dollars, I can tell you that. So if we move to the next slide, I think the question of sustainability is also key. Is it just about transaction? How are those transactions relating to, how do we measure? So I will let my colleague Jacqueline go into that one for us.
Before we look at how they contribute at country level, perhaps when you go back to the slide with the volumes, I'd like to point out something that is interesting. From a volumes perspective, we're seeing, okay, the slide is up. Okay, so from a volumes perspective, we're seeing that the mobile money IPSs are processing are leading in terms of processing significant volumes. That is the number of transactions. And then from a values perspective, we're seeing the cross-domain IPSs supporting huge values in dollars, and to the tune of $754 million.
Yes. Absolutely.
So there are nuances. It's just synonymous to how the mobile money rails are contributing to transactions. versus the banks are contributing to the transactions that are happening.
Well, I think if my memory serves me right, the average value for the mobile money IPS is $17 versus 267 for the bank IPS and 147 for the cross domain. So here we are. More the merrier, I would say, as long as it is interoperable. Back to you.
Okay, so the other,
Next slide, please.
by still looking at the values of transactions up till this year, June, I think it's important to appreciate these values because these values, when you put them relative to the GNI, they indicate how much economic activity in the regions and in the countries that these systems support. And it also indicates the utility that the instant payment systems provide to the end user and how important they're supporting the economy, and particularly looking at the digital economy. We have countries that are already supporting, whose values relative to the GNI is over 100%, which indicates significant contribution to the economic output in these countries. For example, 3 countries have transaction values above 100% of GNI. That is Ghana at 129, Nigeria at 186%, and Uganda at 124.
So I'm happy to say we also have the CEOs of GIPS and NIPS in the room. So please give them a round of applause.
We also have a further 6 countries, that is Kenya, Madagascar, Mozambique, South Africa, Tanzania, and Zambia, processing values from 10% to 100% of GNI. So not exceeding, but to 100%.
Okay. Shall we move on to the big reveal? I know this has been a big battle because the framework, we started it and we actually shared it with the ecosystem. It includes all of your input. We have an opportunity to refine this framework, working with you. As a matter of fact, we want to even go as far as building an inclusivity index that can help us measure the extent to which you're actually, faring against these different criteria. So on the framework presented earlier, where we're looking at basic inclusivity, progress inclusivity, or mature, if you go to the next slide, you're going to see out of the 32 schemes, the ones that we have the data information we've been able to assess. So before we go into the different rank, basic level, progress, or mature, I want to actually call your attention in one bucket that's called not ranked. Coming back again to the importance of sharing data and information, you can see there are 12 systems in the ecosystem in Africa. We just did not have enough information to be able to assess them, or they did not provide, or they don't yet provide both person-to-person and person-to-business use cases, or they do not yet involve the most used channel in the country. But a lot of these systems is also because we do not have enough information to do the assessment. This is my call to all of you, all the systems that are there. Please help us advocate for more information. At AfricaNenda and with our partner, we do bilateral data information collection. We also do interviews. We look at everything possible in the public domain to be able to assess. My hope is that next year, we really have nobody in the not rank category. So, and that will help us in the group. You will see what we have on the basic level. Remember, basic means that you are enabling most used channel, and you are also providing P2P and P2B transactions. At the progress level, the story hasn't changed between last year and this year. So last year and this year as well, we have the Ghana ecosystem at progress level of inclusivity. We have NatSwitch in Malawi. We have the National Financial System in Zambia. And we also have the GMAC Pay system present here with us, and GIPS also present here with us. These were the IIPS, the Inclusive Instant Payment System at progress level. I will really I recommend you to read the case studies that we have available on SIIPS. You will see for each of them what they are doing and what is the journey ahead to get to mature level of inclusivity. For instance, if we're talking about Ghana, that's a question I have for Archie, because it's part of that panel of experts. We want to know what you are planning to do. So please, again, share the data, share the information. Let us tell your story. Please make me proud. I want to stand there with nobody in the not ranked category next year. And of course, the mature level, our expectation is very, very high. We want all the use cases to be enabled. We want protection mechanism, recourse mechanism, not only available, but enforced by the regulator. And we are able to see that as we are investigating and doing mystery shoppings from a consumer perspective. So we know the progress are close to the trajectory to mature, and we know there are a lot more of the systems that are going to move. Our commitment at AfricaNenda is to work with each and every one of you to really fast track that movement from basic to maturity as fast as we can, because 2030 is actually 7 or 6.5 years away. We need to accelerate our path to universal financial inclusion. Back to you. So the story is not just of the schemes that are alive, but it's also schemes that are planning, they are in development. And we've been able to collect some information for some of those that are working towards that. And maybe you can tell us a bit more about that, Jacqueline. Next slide, please.
There are plans to develop several instant payment systems regionally and in the countries. As you can see, 17 countries are developing a domestic instant payment systems. And this is the same number as last year. From a regional point of view, we have 3 IPSs still in development. Again, it takes time. It's not just flipping instant payment systems. We also see an opportunity for a few countries that do not have planned domestic functionality from an IPS perspective. These 7 countries are Botswana, Cabo Verde, Democratic Republic of Congo, Eritrea, Libya, and the Seychelles, and South Sudan. And as far as June 2023, they had not publicly declared that any plans in terms of domestic IPS functionalities in the works. And so there's an opportunity there we see an opportunity for sharing of infrastructure, because again, there are challenges which we'll later speak about in terms of many overlapping domestic functionalities, because we understand there are some regional IPSs that are also offering domestic functionalities.
I mean, case in point, GMAC Pay. GMAC is offering instant payment system at the regional, so between the 6 countries in the CEMAC region, but also domestically between the countries themselves. So do we want to go to the consumer perspective, please? Because I think for us, the inclusivity piece and the importance of all the work we're doing is for the consumer. So there's a lot in every report to understand consumer behavior perspective, so we can share with you. I want to preface by saying this is not nationally representative. It's a sampling in select countries so that we can share these different barriers and opportunities that we see and contextualize this as we see fit. This year, we were able to do a research in Cameroon, in Senegal, in Malawi, in Morocco as well, and I'm missing one. Senegal, Cameroon, Malawi, Morocco, and Rwanda, of course. Yes. So if you go to the next slide, you will see when we ask customers what are the challenges and barriers, there are physical, there are access and infrastructure challenges, there are also intangibles in terms of challenges and barriers. So from a physical point of view, we are really looking at, do you even have the tool? If we're saying mobile is the channel, do you have a mobile phone? If we're saying connectivity, because you need connectivity, is that connectivity available, reliable, and enabling you to do transaction? For you to sign up for an account, you need to be identified. Do you have the identity documents and information to be able to do that? And then Wherever you are, is language also an issue, depending on where we're looking at, and particularly perhaps in the rural areas? Oh, aside from that, if all of this is already taken care of, then the next question, when we ask consumers the biggest barriers, there are four major things. One being trust. I need to trust this, that this is gonna work the same way I have my bills in my pockets and it's there, and I do what I want. So trust became a key issue into that ecosystem. I need to make sure that what's in it for me? What is this doing for me that I'm not doing with cash? What is the value proposition for me? It is key to understand that. Then can I afford it? You know, if what you're offering is so good and it's going to help me, but can I afford to use this service as you see it? And last but not least, are there other values? So by using this, are you going to be able to enable me to have access to more than what I have today? So those are all concerns to take into account in the customer journey. Then if you dig even further down, some of the concerns were related to capacity. My digital capacity, my financial capacity, do I know how to use it? Am I at ease with it? Can I leverage it as much as I can? So again, looking at the needs for us to invest, not only in having the solutions, but also increasing education, awareness, and really making sure that the capacity to use this new system is not an issue. Then of course, you come back to when you are now a user, your expectations are even higher from the quality of service you can expect. And then when you look at barriers at that level, again, cost comes back, but also if I make a mistake or if there is an issue, the reversibility of a transaction comes into in the picture, and of course the reliability of the system. So is there anything you want to touch here, or do you want to really touch now onto the master level of barriers that we see and what the IPS systems can do further on the next slide?
I think it's important to appreciate these barriers, and because they inform how well or how not well the users are using different products and services supported by these instant payment systems. Why? Because by listening to the voice of the consumer, you're able to improve the design of instant payment systems. And there are several things that we have highlighted on the slide that at least we should be focusing on. From the easiest that we can already begin to make plans on to the most complex interventions. So the first one has to do with expanding the use cases. This year's report, and in last year's report as well, we are seeing that most instant payment systems are predominantly supporting P2P and P2B. Yet we have other endeavors, for example, cross-border trade, which rely very heavily on P2B from a cross-border perspective, and B2B, because in the essence of suppliers and traders and ensuring that the whole value chain supports the flow of funds from a digital point of view. So there is an opportunity to expand merchant and government payment use cases, both domestically and regionally. The other thing is to employ standards to facilitate efficiency within IPSs, ensuring that interoperability is easier. Interoperability contributes to bringing down costs by, facilitating, driving down the cost to transfer data and information, and so on, and ensuring that this interoperability feeds into supporting use cases, which is the next thing, that are compelling to both the customers as well as the providers themselves. Because again, we're seeing some challenges in some type of FSPs contributing significantly in the instant payment systems because of maybe a lack of a clear understanding of the incentives that are involved, which again is a serious issue because it stifles innovation and the ability of that payment system to support the necessary products and services. And then we're also looking at women and the inclusion and the digital inclusion of women, that is reducing the gap, which now is, according to the last Findex report, is increasing. We thought we were making progress, but the gap is increasing in Africa, that is. So there's an opportunity for us, and at AfricaNenda we have identified that there's need to do research at the moment to understand whether we can influence how women use digital payments. We can influence this use at the payment scheme level. So looking at, is there anything are there levers that we can touch at the payment system level?
You know, I have to use this to put something out there. We have regulators, central bankers that are represented here, director of payment systems. How many of you are actually requesting disaggregated sex disaggregated data collection from the financial service providers in the reporting systematically? You can only improve what you measure. We are asking for it. We are asking that it becomes the norm, so that if we are collecting sex disaggregated data, then we will truly know how far this gap is, and then we will truly know what can be done from a policy perspective to enhance and to make sure that we are moving towards, you know, more inclusion of gender in digital financial service offering and usage. But I had to put that out there.
Thank you. So the last one is just looking at the business models and ensuring that IPS's scale, putting it all the effort in terms of delivering value to ensure that they support availability, or they expand the access and availability of financial instruments channels as much as possible in response to the pain points that we have in all segments in Africa.
And you have more of this onto the breakout session on understanding consumers, so we'll deep dive into it. And we also have some regulators on this panel for the discussion in the afternoon. So moving on to the next. Part of this report is a spotlight on cross-border instant payments. What we're looking at is actually what are the challenges, the barriers, particularly from a policy and regulatory harmonization perspective. So if you move to the next, some of the challenges we have found out with the research and the interviews we've done, we have usage barriers from a customer standpoint, of course, and the fact that it's expensive, it's not necessarily accessible, and it's not necessarily incentivizing formal usage of cross-border remittances or payments. If you look at it from the financial service providers themselves, their operational barriers, the complexity of the ecosystem, regulatory, operational compliance as well, makes it expensive, makes it complex to be able to be present and provide seamless cross-border payment systems. And when they're looking at it from a regulatory barriers, there are also some constraints. You know, the fact that we have the newcomers, the fintechs, the startups that are providing agile solutions as they're looking at the regulatory environment, as they're looking at the requirements for them for licensing different countries, the fact that there are not proportional fintech licensing regime makes it complex, and they have to abide by the same level of standards as deposit-taking organization in each country. It does represent a barrier from a regulatory perspective. And of course, you have to look at the customer due diligence processes in each of different countries. So if you're sending a transaction from country A to country B, and if there's no alignment between KYC, the CDD, and at some point the transaction gets hijacked somewhere. So that instant perspective that we're pushing needs to have some harmonization at that level. And of course, there's a lot of work ongoing into digital localization components. So a lot of these barriers are intervening into the cross-border payment systems. And we really deep dived into understanding what they are from a policy and regulatory harmonization perspective. What needs to be harmonized, and if so, how? What is that journey looking like? So maybe you want to touch a bit more into that, Jacqueline.
In many forums where policy harmonization is being spoken about, there's the tendency of appreciating that it's a complex journey that involves a lot of effort, a lot of collaboration and cooperation amongst countries. But where we sit, we see that at least there's that, what we have established as the bare minimum in terms of putting this all together and growing this, especially from encouraging conversations between the public and the private sector. We are seeing the key areas of regulation harmonization in these three pillars. The first is any initiatives that have to do with providing access to markets at a minimum. For instance, as Sabine mentioned, ensuring that from a domestic perspective, the FSPs, especially non-banks, have equal access into the instant payment systems. Same thing from a regional point of view. So looking at how we can ensure that we have risk proportionate licensing regimes, just in efforts to expand this market for players that would drive the innovation that is necessary. The other bare minimum bucket is ensuring that we are driving initiatives that promote the ease of conducting payments. It is one thing to have the technology, but there are other attributes that really introduce challenges, as we have heard from the consumer voices. Attributes around KYC, customer due diligence, different jurisdictions having different requirements is a problem. But if we start from there, aligning in terms what can be the bare minimum in terms of what to allow, what is the basic form of ID should we use, and formalizing this into some form of framework would ensure that we deliver in terms of ensuring that transactions are being conducted in an easier manner. And then the other thing that we need to look at is supporting the payment service provider operations. There are challenges, as mentioned, around ensuring that challenges around data, storage of data, transfer of data, financial consumer protection regulations, and so on. So it's important to also consider that PSPs play a big role in ensuring that this access to products and access to users is enhanced, and they need to be supported and considered in the journey towards the policy harmonization. They need to be part of the talks and contribute to what it would mean to generate this in Africa.
So we're not saying we have the answers. I think the answers will come from all of us in this room, but we're really good at doing research. So what we've tried to look in the next slide is who else has worked this path of policy regulatory harmonization within the context of a region, and see what are some of the building blocks of that journey. And one thing we know is that journey is years journey. It is not something that can happen just tomorrow because we want it to happen, but there are some building blocks that we can learn from others and perhaps help guide our way forward as we're looking at it. So we see three building blocks in that journey for policy and regulatory harmonization. One being starting from, we have domestic policies, we have regional policies, and making sure that we have mandates from the regulator, harmonization and what those harmonization layers are. I think there's something going on with the mic. Let me try to bust my voice. Hello, can you hear me? Thank you so much. I can use yours. Hello? Okay, this one is working. Hello? No. It's ready. Sorry. No, I think that one was working. Thank you very much. So inclusive policies, both at the domestic and regional level, and even guiding principle between domestic and regional. So this is the vision. We're all working towards it. And of course, it has to be customized in the context of each country. But if we agree on the guiding principles, then the harmonization journey can start. But even on that first building block, it can take about 2 to 3 years in the process. But then the second building block is also aligning from a regulatory framework with the policies and making sure that what we're driving at the regional or Pan-African level is actually implemented or visible into the domestic and country policies, of course, with each of its components. That alone also can take 2 to 3 years. And if we're looking at making sure that these harmonization principles are entrenched into trade and major agreements that really helps build this. And I think for Africa, we are at a turning point with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area mandate. How are we making sure that this is entrenched in it? That journey alone can take also 5 to 10 years. But if nothing is done now to start gearing towards that regulatory and policy harmonization, then our journey to leverage the ambition of the AfCFTA is going to be very challenging. And I'm really fortunate to say that we at AfricaNenda support and sit in the digital trade protocol discussions and provide the technical assistance to look at how seamless, inclusive instant payment systems can be the catalyst for intra-Africa trade to happen. So I think we're running a bit out of time, so we're gonna line into this because I want people to take the coffee, sit on what we just said, come back and drill these experts we're gonna have sitting here. I mean, I gave them the easy questions. I'm expecting you to bring the difficult ones as we see fit. But do you want to talk a bit about future trends that we're seeing impacting both market, consumer, and systems level?
Sure.
Next slide, please.
So we are seeing some trends in the market level, system level, as well as consumer trends, all influencing how the future of instant payment systems will look like and how Africa evolves in terms of digital payments. From a market perspective, if I may speak to a few, agents remain really instrumental to initiating that digital journey for consumers. The number of agents are growing. Earlier on, it was anticipated that, you know, with increased digitization, we don't see we don't see the future of agents, but surprisingly, they continue to play a significant role in driving that journey. We are seeing the emerging fintech solutions helping out with the growth of instant payment systems at all levels. For instance, enhancing interoperability, providing the solutions themselves that ride on these instant payment systems. The fintechs are also playing a significant role in being intermediaries, playing along the value chains of the instant payment systems. We're seeing some reforms from a regulatory point of view. Stakeholders are engaging in reviewing the regulations and guidelines to promote innovation, to promote cooperation amongst payment service providers, and so on. From a systems perspective, open finance is emerging, a big topic right now. I'm sure many of you have been to conferences where this is largely discussed. There's a lot of the call for this transition from just open banking to opening up this the ecosystem into supporting various payment service providers as well as instruments. A lot of the fintechs are also coming in to become direct participants from IPS, because increasingly we saw decisions being dominated by commercial banks and the commercial banks and the central banks and the commercial banks. But then increasingly we're seeing fintechs coming to the table and contributing to decision making and contributing to the rule book. From a consumer perspective, consumers are now very aware of the risks, I think also attributed to some of the campaigns that are being driven. Perhaps might interfere with the trust and usage, but increasingly they are becoming aware of what is at risk, the risk of fraud especially. And they're also persistently sensitive to price and price changes. And these price changes and standardized pricing is also interfering with trust. And also, even as the smartphone penetration increases, we're seeing a consumption gap. Many consumers have, they're taking up smartphones, but the usability is in question. So it calls for like all instant payment systems stakeholders to think about the design of these instant payment systems, considering, yes, we are seeing an increase in smartphones, but also think about the functionality and reliability in the eyes of the consumers.
All right. So what? I mean, that's the real question, right? Yeah, we're going to all this research. This is the findings. So what? What is the action we need to do? We're looking forward. What do we need to happen into the ecosystem? That's the part that I love the most, because we have the data, we have the information, at least some of it, to start making these, data-driven recommendations and hopefully see change. For us, we have some major issues. I've taken the liberties to put them in there. This is a quest to the regulators. What can we do? Publish the scheme rules of these instant payment systems that are out there. I want to call out Rwanda. eCash is the only one that has it publicly available on the domain, the scheme rules. We need to see more of that happening. Data, make it available. At bare minimum, volume, value, historical data, so we can see year over year what's happening. And I would actually say, go further. I want to call out Ghana, Central Bank Ghana and Malawi. They are the only two countries that actually disaggregate the data on us transaction, of us transaction. So you can really see what's being switched versus what's on the purchase system. Publish it, please. I think regulators have a great opportunity with the change in technology, with the immense talent we have on the continent, to really, really build on the innovative capacity. So enabling that we have consultative process, opening the door for us to understand what innovation can bring into the ecosystem, granted in an environment that enables the regulator to assess the risk to the system and to be able to make, regulation policies, but at least also open the door to experimentation that's going to drive those policies. It is important that there's always that coordination with the regulators and to build more innovation. We also want to see a strong emphasis on consumer protection, data privacy. We need to understand what that means and how does that apply to the ecosystem and all of the innovation that we're seeing. We want to see more harmonization, particularly cross-border and the regulation, because if we want to really boost that intra-Africa trade, if we want to take advantage of the AfCFTA, the more than 1 billion consumers that are out there, our policies, our regulations have to be harmonized at some level to enable seamless, inclusive instant payment systems across the continent. And we can do it. It has to be a collective effort of regulators, government, development actors that are all here in this room. And we hope that this is a journey that we can help facilitate. We're more than happy. Just call us. We are here for Africa. All right. So now, and now that I've done my pitch, what do you think the instant payment system operators themselves need to do?
They need they need to ensure that their design and governance structures support inclusive outcomes, and it's a combination with everything we've spoken today. So in summary, just ensuring that these attributes, at least what we're seeing on the slide, for instance, ensuring that they're designing to scale and not just designing to get to market, involving all types of financial service providers in the schemes, and providing, access or supporting all manner of channels as well as instruments, developing pricing models that can compete with cash, because a cash in my purse versus digital cash, there's a difference, especially where there are withdrawal charges involved. So ensuring that, always remembering that there's that price sensitivity amongst users, and especially the users that we are trying to advocate for. Developing instant payment systems that support several relevant use cases that drive value and respond to the needs of Africans. promoting effective channels. We've seen how agent channels have contributed to that financial literacy, user learning, and influencing how consumers go along in the customer journey towards digitization. And lastly, delivering value-added services, what we call outlay services, beyond the basic store of value, an account or a wallet, delivering services that actually speak to the daily and meaningful needs of people. And of course, doing so by appreciating the power of sharing infrastructure to drive down the cost to serve and the cost to transact.
All right. I would like to call some people. If I call, please do stand up if you're here. I would like to ask the Central Bank of Ghana, please stand up. I would like to ask also Central Bank of Kenya, please stand up. Central Bank of Madagascar, I'm not sure if we have representation in the room. Central Bank of Mozambique, please stand up. If you are, Central Bank of Rwanda, please stand up. I would also like to call the Instant Payment Systems, IPSL in Kenya. If you are in the room, please stand up. NatSwitch in Malawi, if you are here. eCash in Rwanda, if you are here, please stand up. RTC in South Africa. Zekiel in Zambia. Zipit in Zimbabwe. And of course, GMAC Pay, please stand up. And I would ask that we give them a big round of applause. They provided data for the SIIPS 2022 report. Thank you. We could not be here today without what you have provided us. So thank you very much. All right. Now, I know you've been telling me I'm over time, so don't worry. This is the end of this one. So I think, are we planning for the group picture before coffee or yes? So I am looking forward to some directions from you. But this is the end of the presentation. What we'd like to do after coffee, we'll bring out our experts. We'll see, some questions for them from at least, our team. Then we will open up for questions from the floor, and hopefully comments as well are all welcome. So the group photo is outside. So please bear with us. We'll take it and then we'll come back for coffee. Thank you so much for all your time. Yes. Coffee break is downstairs, but we are going to the picture first, right?
Test. ቴስት አንድ ሁለት ሶስት ቴስት 1 2 3 3 2 1 ቴስት 1 2 3 3 2 1
ቴስት አንደኛውስ ማይክ
ሁለት በተስፋዬ ነገር ሁለት አመጣለሁ አለ። ሁለት ነው የተቋረጠው ስለ አጥፍቻት ነው። ወደ ምን እነሱ ድምጽ እየገባ ስለነበረ ካሉ በኋላ አጠፋዋት። ቆያለሁ። Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. 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 Test.
What to do. Thank you. Hello, please take your seats. We're going to continue with our panel of expert discussion. I have some announcements. We have printed reports available in English and French. So when we break for lunch, you'll be able to pick them up with you if you wish. And of course, they are all available on the website, www.africanenda.org, English and French as well. And in addition to the report, you have the executive summary, you have the key takeaways document, you also have the 4 case studies, as well as 5 country research information, as well as videos from consumers. So please make sure to leverage what's available on the website. All right. While we're getting ready for the panel, can I ask my panelists to join me on the stage? I have Dilly, Carlos, Irish, and Archie. If you don't mind joining on the stage while we are planning to start the conversation, we'll really appreciate. Now, this is so fun because I don't have to do anything. Just ask the questions. So I'm all zen. Yeah, you can not in the middle. We can have here, yeah, Carlos, and then Archie. Archie, are you here? Not yet? Okay. Team, I'm gonna need help finding Archie. All right. And I'm gathering the questions. Now, you should know that my questions are just a small intro to get the fire going. And then after that, we will have questions from the floor and online. I know my colleagues have been collecting these questions as well. So just to give you an idea of how this is going to work out. So we'll have questions for each of the panelists. And after we have the questions, we're also going to be calling in for comments from the floor before we can go into the Q&A open to the floor. And also we'll take out any questions online. So Barry, I'm counting on you in case there are questions online when we get to the Q&A session to bring them forth. Okay. If you haven't signed up for a breakout session, please make sure you do. Remember, we have 3 breakouts, one on consumer, one on policy harmonization for cross-border, and another one on digital public infrastructure and trade. All right. So let me find the questions. This is going to be fun. All right. So, yep. You can see part I'm enjoying. So, no, I was actually going to ask our technical team. So we have 4 speakers. We probably need 4 mics if possible. I think there's one. I don't know if it works actually. So I might just be. Well, Carlos, one. So while they're finding a solution, I am here. Yes, you can give it to the panelists. Fireside chat. Yeah. Okay. And if we have another one, we'll leverage all we get, and I'm happy to share mine because again, I'm mostly listening in this piece. All right. Audience, are we ready to quiz them? Guys, I need some support. Come on, show me some love. Hello? Are we ready? Yay! Now I'm feeling it. It's awesome. Okay. Well, we have time is not in our favor, so I'm going to dive right in. And while I ask you the first question, I am asking that you introduce yourself and then address the question. That way we can save time. So let me start with you, Dilly. There's a growing interest in digital public infrastructure, DPI, and digital public goods. And lately, in the SIIPS report sees that for instant inclusive payment system to be a key functional layer of the digital public infrastructure, it is important that they are inclusive. So I would like to ask you if you can share with us the perspective of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and your ambitions with regard to digital public infrastructure in Africa. Now, remember, 3 minutes, and I'm timing, like I will cut you off.
Okay, the pressure is on. Good morning, everybody. My name is. No need.
Closer, closer.
Can you hear me? Okay.
No.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna lend you this one. I think it works perhaps better.
Okay, is that better? All right. Again, good morning. My name is Dilwem Barish Abarra. I'm a senior program officer with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Financial Services for the Poor team. My focus is on accelerating and scaling pro-poor digital payment systems on the continent of Africa. I am also from Ethiopia, so I would like to say in Amharic, welcome, and very excited to be here. So to Sabine's question, from the foundation's perspective, I would first like to say maybe a few words about how we define digital public infrastructure. We see it as a set of open, standardized, and interoperable digital building blocks, most necessary for providing equitable access to public and private services at societal level. These building blocks or foundational layers include digital payments, digital ID, and data exchange. So indeed, as Sabine mentioned, we have seen a growing interest in digital public infrastructure, payments, digital ID, and so forth, especially during the COVID pandemic, where governments who had in place two or more of these layers or building blocks actually had an easier time reaching their citizens and sending social protection payments effectively and quickly. So there's a growing interest in building these payment systems and so forth. From the foundation's perspective, in building these national digital public infrastructures, payments or digital ID, we believe that countries don't have to start from scratch. Countries can use what we call open source digital public goods, such as MOSIP for digital ID and Mojulu for payments to build national ID and payment infrastructures. The foundation, in terms of ambition, we support partners and work with both the public and private sector who are working to design, build, and scale national and regional pro-poor digital payment infrastructures in Africa. Our goal is to, similar to AfricaNenda, reach the remaining 400 million African adults that are currently excluded from the financial sector, and to build, inclusive payment systems that would actually reach the 400 million excluded adults. So thank you.
Excellent timing, 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Archie, let's go into the nitty-gritty. So GIPS and Ghana, actually the ecosystem of Ghana payment systems is actually depicted in, we did even a case study on GIPS last year, and it's also one that is a progress inclusivity. But before we dive into this, what I would like to know, GIPS is a successful example of an inclusive instant payment system in Africa. Can you share with us what has been the journey for GIPS and how it has impacted financial inclusion in Ghana?
Thank you very much, Sabine, and a very good morning to everyone. Our journey when it comes to instant and inclusive payments
Thank you, Sabine. Thank you, AfricaNenda, for inviting me to be here. It's a great pleasure to discuss such an important issue. Very happy to see, I've read the 2022 report, and I'm very happy to see the 2023 report out. Also very happy that we see the inclusive word on the instant payment system. I remember when I was presenting the PIGS idea to the governor. I presented as a safe, efficient, and inclusive instant payment system for Brazil. Of course, safe and efficient is something that is part of the payment system in general, but inclusive was the key word for PIGS. So inclusive is, very nice to see in the report. So about the PIGS journey, it started before PIGS was designed. Actually, it's a long journey, and it's a journey that hasn't ended yet. Of course, I would say it's a permanent journey that we are still building things in the PIGS ecosystem, but it has started before PIGS, actually. It has started when we promoted the payment system reform in early 2000s. We implemented the RTGS system. We had the first instant credit transfer in Brazil back then. And then we kind of realized that we had to step in a more stronger way in the retail payment systems space. So we articulated with the National Congress a law giving the central bank legal powers to be more active and to act more strongly in the retail payments space. So we did that in 2013. We had the law giving the power to the central bank, and after the law, we spent the first years organizing the market and issuing the regulations and authorizations for the existing payment schemes and payment institutions back then. And then we realized that we had a clear opportunity to build an instant payment ecosystem, a new payment ecosystem from scratch. And that ecosystem had just one project, let's say, had multiple objectives. Objectives like reducing cost of payments, promoting competition in the financial system, in the payment system, but also in the financial system, to support innovation in the real economy, and also to promote financial inclusion, which is very important to us, still is. So that what we had in mind. So we designed PIGS with those objectives in mind, promoting all kind of use cases and making sure in the specifications that we would have a good payment instrument for everyone, for individuals, for companies, and also for government. It's not only about individuals and companies, but also supporting payments for the Brazilian government. Thank you.
All right, I'm hearing a lot of things that sounds like music to my ear. Inclusivity, designing for all, individuals, businesses, government, and also you, central bank, you did it yourself. This was done in-house, and I know one central bank, and I'm looking at the lady in yellow over there, that's also building themselves for the BCAO to bring up interoperability in the regional YMO ecosystem. So it's great to hear a lot of lessons. And I've also heard a lot from the consumer side that I'm sure we'll have time to come. But I want to go to Harish. Harish, a lot of things are happening in the ecosystem, and the World Bank is a key partner for many countries in Africa and funding also central market infrastructure such as RTGS. So with the current shift to building digital public infrastructure, leveraging digital public goods, particularly in enabling inclusive instant payment system, how is the role of World Bank evolving to meet these new imperatives?
Thank you, Sabine. I think the shift happened long back. So the shift, the RTGS kind of transformation happened at least a decade back. And there's already a big shift towards focusing on improving the retail payments, improving the linkage with other parts of the economy and so on. So that shift was already underway, and the World Bank did calibrate its financing and technical assistance to respond to that. Of course, with the recent developments is more about taking a different approach, maybe looking at it differently, and we are of course also adapting to that. So from the World Bank side, of course, a lot of people talk about financing, but the real offering from the World Bank is more on the knowledge side, more on the advice related to policy making, regulatory, institutional arrangements, capacity building, and so on. And financing is a part of it, but not the only thing. So with respect to DPI in particular, the way we are looking at it, of course, it is cross-cutting. It's not just payments, but it's also about ID, it's also about data exchange and other such areas. So we are looking at it from a cross-sectoral angle. We have formed internally, we are organized ourselves as different teams collaborating. So we have the ID for the initiative at the World Bank, we have the government payments initiative, and then we have similar initiatives on open data within the bank. So that is one thing we are concretely doing. And then we are also concretely putting together and curating knowledge and experiences. So we launched the what we call as a Project FAST, which stands for frictionless, affordable, safe, and timely transactions. And that has a couple of pillars. One of them is related to capacity building. Other is about knowledge. We studied several countries and have case studies related to that. And then we also have a global tracker to complement the work being done along with AfricaNenda. And there is also, of course, technical assistance and financing. At this point, the World Bank is in somehow or the other involved in about 30 odd countries related to instant and fast payments in particular. Of course, there are other areas related to ID and open finance in which we are involved. So let me pause here and perhaps keep something in credit for the subsequent rounds.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Actually, I want to come back to you, Archie. You know, if you've noticed, the report is saying P2P well developed, P2B is coming. However, we all know there's an opportunity to bring millions of people in the digital financial economy through G2P payments. So Ghana is actually one of the countries that has integration of G2P payment through the instant and inclusive payment system. If you go into the report, and I hope you will read it, download it, remember, we have 5 country examples in Africa right now that have leveraged the instant payment infrastructure to do G2P payment transactions. So we'd like to know from you, if you can share with us, what you've done in Ghana. How has this been happening in Ghana in terms of making sure that the digitalization agenda of government is leveraged to fast-track financial inclusion?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sabine. As I indicated earlier, the first platform that we implemented was the eSwitch, and it was biometric based. On top of one of the applications it came with was what we call the PDS system. It's nothing but a payment distribution system, and it's a bulk one. So when payments are made, all individuals within the payment rule, you are able to eliminate duplications from that payroll. And then before the funds are lodged onto the eSwitch card. This is a system that is currently heavily used by government for all payments. So once upon a time, we might have about 20 million people in our payroll file in the Ministry of Agric, but now we have the real figures. And individuals are able to load the funds. So you have proof of life as well in that regard. So that was what we had in 2008. Now that we have integrated the banking world as well as the mobile money world, we have developed the system such that depending on your choice, we still use the eSwitch system to run the payment distribution system. We eliminate all duplications, and then the funds are either lodged on your eSwitch card or in your bank account or in your mobile money wallet. And that's the situation that we currently have. We've realized that majority of the informal, once upon a time, were happy with the eSwitch card, but because it was biometric based and based on POSes, we didn't have as many POSes as the case as we would want to. and most of them were gravitating towards mobile money. So currently, the mobile money companies in Ghana are not just offered by the telcos. We have fintechs also offering mobile money. And recently, we also launched Ghana Pay, which is a mobile money services from the banks as well. And that whole shared service is also implemented by GIPS on behalf of the country. So even if you are a bank account holder and you prefer your funds to be paid into your mobile money, we still use the e-switch system, and your payments are effected. And that's the current G2P payment system that we are using in the country. Thank you.
Interoperability all to all. And let's make government the one with the biggest incentive to include all of us. And by the way, it's the biggest payer and it's the biggest payee also in most countries. Carlos, I want to come back to you. So we are saying, and the report is showing that it is important to have a sustainable business model for instant payment. It is important to drive adoption and usage. And I even heard somewhere that PIX is offering P2P transaction free to customers. You know, how are you doing this? We want to know what's the cost. Does it cost you to put the system together? How you've managed to get all of these financial service providers to onboard into the system, and you've developed all of these use cases. I mean, how did you do this?
Yeah, I have a good and clear and a sustainable business case is just fundamental for adoption. And we had that in mind, of course. And to make sure that we would have a good and strong business case for PIX, we had to look at the cost side and, of course, at the revenue side, right? So looking at the cost side, we decided to be as a central bank, the operator, not only the payment scheme owner, but also the operator of the platform. So we are the neutral and non-profit agent providing these kind of services. And that was to make sure that we would have a low-cost infrastructure, a low-cost ecosystem for the PSPs. So that was the first thing about the cost side. And we also realized that we could offer indirect cost reduction for PSPs. So we could, for example, reduce the cost of cash handling. And you can imagine that cash handling was quite expensive in Brazil because we had to move money around, and it's a big country. We also could have cost reduction in moving or allowing the banks to move to digital and maybe closing physical branches and so on. So we could have like indirect cost reductions on that sense. And on the revenue side, we knew that to have a cost or a low cost solution for individuals and for companies was very important. So we implemented a no cost or no fees policy for individuals. But at the same time, we know that PSPs must or have to make revenue out of the payment solution, right? So they would have to charge companies, right? So to charge companies, we would have to make sure that all business cases were there. Not only P2P transactions, but also P2B transactions, B2B transactions, and so on. And as there is no limit for PSPs to charge companies or to get fees from companies, we would have to rely on competition. So it was important to get all the PSPs, all the let's say the financial ecosystem, the banks, the traditional banks, but also non-banks, fintechs, credit unions, and so on, onboarded on the ecosystem. And for that reason, we had a very open access ruling in the PIX, but it's not enough to have an open access rule in the ecosystem. It's important to onboard all those institutions at the same time to make sure that we have an effective and a real level playing field in the ecosystem. And you can imagine to onboard more than 700 institutions at the same time, it's not an easy task. So we had to get people from different teams and get a workforce or work task for the onboarding process in PIX to get everyone on board and since day one. So that's kind of how we managed that and to make sure that we had a good and sustainable business way that would facilitate adoption in PIX. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. So walk the talk, central bank investment in the infrastructure, on board all of them at the same time to level the playing field and make it such an incentive for customer that they can only adopt. Well said. Thank you very much. Let's bring it now to customers. Dilly, in the report, we see a lot of access barriers, whether it's connectivity, it's a device, it's identity. And of course, we also have consumers challenges in the cash to digital transaction because of the limited choices in use cases, because of trust in the capability in the ecosystem and also in self-capabilities and also recourse mechanism, and affordability, price sensitivity came out really, really strong as well. Now, these challenges are even further exacerbated with gender digital divide. And I was so appreciative of the minister's call in her speech with regard to making sure that we are all working toward digital financial inclusion of women. So I would like to know from your perspective, what recommendation you can offer in optimizing gender inclusivity in the design of these inclusive payment systems and deployments out in Africa. Yes.
Thank you so much, Sabine. I think this was said earlier, perhaps it was Dr. Robert Ochola who mentioned this, starting with the facts, and also the Honorable Minister mentioned this. The fact of the matter is, of the 400 million African adults that are, excluded currently, the majority, or 60% of them, are women. So this is, we don't have a choice but to apply a gender lens when we're actually designing these instant and inclusive payment systems. So that's, I think, is the first thing that I want to say. In 2021, the foundation actually commissioned a study with Caribou Digital and DFS Labs to answer the question specifically, can better and inclusive digital payment systems design create conditions for more women to use digital financial tools? And in fact, the findings do show that those systems that are built with a gender lens in mind actually make it easier for women to access these systems as an end user. It might seem at a first glance that digital payment systems is sort of gender agnostic, it's neutral, like why should we even have gender bias in building these systems? But in fact, again, as the report showed, better payment systems can actually, in fact, create a financial system that is more open and accessible, and by so doing, create conditions for more women to actually use the system. We know, I think the Honorable Minister also mentioned earlier in her speech that in low middle income countries, many countries in Africa, women are more budget and time constrained than men, and therefore more sensitive to cost. I think Sabine just mentioned this, and also time barriers. They face more structural barriers like owning lower-end phones, lacking necessary ID documents, and so forth. So what does all of this have to do with actually designing these payment systems and so forth? There are certain things, and this is also found in the study from 2021, that there are certain things or choices, design choices that can be made to make these systems more gender inclusive. And I'll just mention a few. So one is making sure that there is tiered eKYC in actually designing the systems. This allows women to open accounts with minimum credentials. As we said, women sometimes suffer from not having the necessary documents to create their ID systems and so forth. So that's one example. The other one, which was discussed yesterday in the joint discussion with the World Bank, is in choosing identifiers or the directory system in the actual switch. And here, using not just phone numbers, but actually non-phone number enables women to protect their privacy. In some cultures, that's very important. So making sure that you have a variety of identifiers
extent that it might be difficult for smaller players to participate and contribute. So I think that there are also issues related to that. But the real lever which central banks and public authorities can use is actually the oversight powers which central banks have as part of many central bank laws and payment systems laws. Central banks do have a right of oversight, which is different from regulation. So you might not have proper regulatory powers, but you can still use oversight to bring about certain changes. And I think this point about level playing field, I think oversight is a very powerful tool.
All right, thank you very much. I see Archie nodding. I do have a question for you, but you can, bounce on anything that other panelists say. So I want to bring the question to technology. I know for me, it's not just a technology play, but the technology enable also, standardization in the offering. So I want to talk about some of the technology and standards. I think in the report, we bring up messaging standards. I transitioned to ISO 222. I also hear a lot, and the report is also showcasing where there are some opportunities, and GIPS in particular offers standardized QR codes into the market and have APIs for integration. So can you tell us, how you've made the technology choices in GIPS, and what are your recommendations for the instant payment systems that are out there?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sabine. As you rightly know, the banks currently work in the ISO 8583 world. Some are currently transitioning to the ISO 222, but it's very early stages. So you realize that if you build a system on the ISO to the latest standard, you find yourself you might end up having to be developing converters. What we did was we based ours on the common platform, which is the ISO 8583. That's what we currently have, and that's what we use for the bank world. Then moving to the mobile money, they work in the web services world and not the ISO world. So we integrated the mobile money platforms within the ISO environment, and then we created an ISO 8583 web services converter. So if you are moving from the mobile money world into the banking world, you go through the web services, and then you end up it's translated into the ISO environment. We are now working together as a country to migrate the whole country to the ISO 222. You all know the advantages that it comes with, but for now, if you develop it to the latest standard, you might end up either being responsible for the conversions or nobody would be able to integrate into it.
Thank you very much, Archie. Carlos, can I come to you? One of the barriers that the report flagged was that data sharing restrictions can limit innovation. And one of the recommendations of the report is the need to develop adequate domestic and regional approaches to open banking, and we are open finance at large, actually. So what is your perspective on this, and what are the choices that PICS has made in pursuing, open banking, open finance opportunities?
Yeah, well, I fully agree that sharing data is very important to not only innovation, but also competition. So those are two very important things that I would like to highlight. It's also important to see the development or to foster the development of new solutions and different kinds of solutions for the public, for the companies, and so on. So the Central Bank of Brazil, more than not only PICS, the Central Bank of Brazil is of course pursuing that we could have a complete set of solutions for our society, for our people, for our companies, and so on. And we are working in pretty much in three projects to have this complete set of solutions. So it's PICS for general payments, the Open Finance, which is already live, the Open Finance framework for Brazil, and also the CBDC, what we call DREX. It's the name of our CBDC. The Open Finance framework has two blocks. So it has the blocks of data sharing, which is of course very important, but it also has the block of the payment initiation service provider. And that is the link of Open Finance and PICS. So the payment initiation service provider is part of the PICS environment. It's considered a PICS participant, actually. It is defined in the PICS rule book, and they have been very important, as I said, in providing new solutions in the PICS ecosystem, in the payments-scape. Just one example I can give you now about this synergy between open finance and the instant payment, in our case, the Open Finance and PICS, is what we are doing right now for recurring payments. We are developing now what we call PICS Automático, which I usually say in English, Auto PICS, which is the PICS solution for recurring payments, as I said. The product itself is the same, is standardized, so the rules for scheduling the payments, for the settlement, for the service level agreements, and so on is the same, but we different journeys to activate the service. to have a really flexible product to meet all the needs from different companies, for online companies, for physical, those business models that are based in physical stores, for example, and so on. And to build all these journeys using not only the PIX rails, but also the open finance rails. So the payment initiator service providers are also going to be eligible to offer this new solution for the clients. So to have this, just to conclude here, to have all these blocks, the open finance, the instant payment, and also the CBDC, which in our case is more focused on programmable money, on investment, on investment, on tokenized assets, for example. If we put all those blocks together, all those pieces together, we could have or could achieve a good set of solutions for our jurisdiction. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm tempted because I was going to ask Adili a question on the security of the platform, bringing it back to the consumer trust. And you brought up CBDC a few times, and I have a question for Arish on CBDC. So let's start with CBDC, and then we come back to that consumer piece, heart of my advocacy for inclusivity. So, Arish, there's an increasing interest and demand from central banks for technical assistance on CBDC. What role do you see CBDC playing in the instant payment ecosystem, particularly with regards to instant settlement or interoperability mechanisms?
Right. I think if inclusion is the objective, I think the first port of call should be fast payments or instant payments, and CBDC, if well designed, can contribute to financial inclusion, but it certainly is not a panacea. No? So having said that, central bank digital currencies could play certain roles in the instant payments ecosystem. To begin with, I think if central bank decides to introduce a central bank digital currency, then for sure it has to be interoperable with all the other infrastructures in the country and all the other payment services. So I think that will basically automatically mean that you should be able to use a CBDC to initiate a fast payment to somebody else who doesn't have a CBDC account, no, and vice versa. So I think otherwise the promise of CBDC as a kind of as a legal tender and so on, I think it is meaningless if that is not there. So I think that is one point. The second is I think the wholesale CBDC in particular could offer new options for structuring the settlement arrangements for fast payments, and not just fast payments, but any financial market system or any payment system. And it could also be a way to give access to central bank money for the non-bank payment service providers. In that sense, it could have a role on the settlement side. And the last point is, I think CBDC is a store of value. It is a payment instrument, and it's also a payment system. So we need to be careful of what we mean. So it is possible for the CBDC as a unit of account or store of value to be transacted using the fast payments rails. So that is also a possibility, and vice versa, perhaps. You know, so I think we should also keep that in mind.
All right, thank you very much, Dilly. I would like to bring it back to the consumer. You know, the report is showing entrenched consumers are increasingly susceptible to and aware of fraud and cybercrime. What recommendation do you have for regulators, IPS operators to protect consumers, but also increase the security of the platforms? I definitely think we need to change this mic.
Comes in and out. All right. Excellent. I have a special one. Yes. Thank you so much, Sabine. I think this is a very important question that you're asking. You know, and the foundation really is hoping to engage more deeper in this question around consumer protection, includes fraud, cybersecurity, and so forth. It is an important question because the poor can't afford to lose money. the little money that they have that they're trying to transact. So we really have to be careful about this. So in terms of what is recommended, obviously, the operators and those that are, digital financial service providers that are interacting directly with consumers and so forth, really need to put in place these safeguards, putting in place effective fraud management systems and cybersecurity systems to monitor, detect, and respond to fraudulent activities. In terms of regulators, obviously, you have a very important role to play. We recommend putting in place stronger consumer protection regulatory frameworks and supervisory technologies, what we call subtech, that enables supervisors to rapidly detect again and respond to consumer risks and fraudulent activities. Just want to mention here that the foundation is actually also working on a white paper around fraud management, as well as the development of an open source fraud management system, FRMS. We will be publicly announcing this pretty soon, but I think that's also going to be, it mentions some principles around fraud management systems and so forth that I think will be useful to the ecosystem. So more to come there, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Dili. So to colleagues online, I want to let you know this is my last round of questions. And of course, to all of you here, I am expecting a fierce Q&A session. So get ready. And, last, and Jacqueline, my colleague, will facilitate the Q&A. So after this last round of questions, there's an opportunity for specific comments, and I will call on those people who wanted to make some comments, and then we'll dive into the Q&A. Archie, we find out in the report that the instant payment systems in Africa, the 32 schemes, have facilitated nearly 32 billion transactions valued at 1.2 trillion US dollars in 2022. And we also acknowledge, at least I did, those numbers are underestimated due to the fact that we are only able to collect data for 22 systems out of 32. I am curious to know what information and data do you collect at GIPS, how often you make this available to the public, and also what is your call to action with regard to that data issue?
Thank you very much, Sabine. I'm sure we gave you the data you asked for, didn't you?
Actually, I was going to say, we didn't even need to ask you. We went onto your website and we downloaded it all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. I think data is very important. We've realized that at the end of the day, it's data that is going to inform how we use the systems. Deploying the technology is one thing, but data is absolutely crucial. On our part, I think we have a responsibility on a monthly basis to furnish all data to the central bank. And we also publish it on our websites as well. All the data that we have as well, all our participants, they have insight into it. They have web APIs that they all have, so they can look at their data extra. So when it comes to data, it's something that we are very open with and very happy to share with all the various stakeholders, so they can use that to fashion out pricing models and take it out from there. We actually use the data for the real time, because when we started our real-time journey, we realized that usage was very low. The clearinghouse was the most used service, followed by cars and then real time. So when we asked questions as to why, it was felt that the price wasn't appropriate. So it was pay or pay. If you use it, you pay. So we look at the model and realize that, look, it's the banks that ultimately benefit from the real time because they receive the floats instantly. So we decided that for the charges applicable to the center only, it should be borne by the receiving financial institution. And since then, I think the fintechs have been the most used service. And I think 62% or so of our current transactions is real-time transactions. So it is far taking over the clearinghouse as well as the cards. And it was data that informed that decision. So it's not something that you should be keeping. It's something that you should be using to use it to improve upon the usage in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Music to my ears. All right, Carlos, I'm curious also to understand from PICS what information and data you collect, make available to the public, and why it is important. And also how you have contributed to the body of knowledge around instant inclusive payment system with the experience of PICS in general.
Sorry, Sabine, before he answers, can I just say one thing? It was very interesting. I'm sorry to interject, but when we started publishing our figures, the first thing they saw was volume and values. So they saw volumes in the thousands, then they moved to millions, then they moved to trillions, which were the amount of money that individuals were transacting. And immediately the press says, oh, Gibbs is making a lot of money. So please make sure that you educate them as to what the figures are. They are not your money. It's the amount of money that is being transferred. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sharing data and information is important for the development of the instant payment ecosystem in many ways. We are, as the Central Bank of Brazil, we are very committed to transparency and to accountability. So it's important to show our society how we are achieving those public objectives that we set, that we made public to our society. So that's a very important thing to have in mind. We publish all sort of information on PICS. So we publish the amount of PICS users, transactions in many different layers, let's say. So transaction as a whole, transactions by region, transactions by age, transactions by educational level. We also share data on PICS participants. I mean, how many PICS participants we have in the ecosystem, how many PICS participants are in the onboarding process right now. So we have all sort of information and data being shared in our website. I would also like to draw attention not only for, let's say, to the quantitative information and data, but also qualitative data and information. In terms of public objective, it's important to make clear for the society which are the public objectives that you are pursuing. The lessons learned in the journey to also help to inspire others and so on. So that qualitative information is also very important. And also cooperation. Cooperation is key in the domestic level and in the international level. So in the domestic level, we cooperate with not only within the financial system, but with other government bodies, financial consumer protection authorities, and all sort of different government bodies. In the international level, of course, central banks, instant payment operators, international organizations like the World Bank and so on. So it's important to share not only information, but views and experiences. We believe that if we actually cooperate in a very strong way, we could learn from each other, we could help, we could get help and help everyone to build stronger payment systems. And I do believe that if we have strong national level, domestic level instant payment systems, we can also get benefit in the international perspective in getting the future steps and connecting or interlinking all these instant payment systems and help our improvement efforts to get better cross-border payment solutions and so on, improvements in transparency, in costs and efficiency. And I mean, top priority here, transparency and cooperation, but not forgetting the financial inclusion, which is underlying all this discussion here. I heard Robert's speech talking about the story of Quito, if I'm not mistaken, the name of Quito. And there's not only Quitos in Africa, there's Quitos everywhere. Like there was Quitos in Brazil. And to help those people, not only numbers, not only nice solution, QR codes, but to help people, it's actually what we have to have in mind and what should drive us, what should move us.
Thank you very much, Carlos. I'm loving this panel. They're doing all the advocacy for me. Thank you very much. Loving it. Arish, scale. We hear about scale, but actually, no. I need to give some props up. I want to congratulate you, Archie, and not only on the data that you put out, but your willingness to share the lessons of gifts with all of us. This year alone in May, we brought, I think, 7 central banks and switch operators from Africa to Ghana. We spent 1 week with Archie and his team, a lot of lessons, sharing knowledge, lessons, journey, and we really can't say thank you enough for your availability and willingness to do these peer learning opportunities with us. And I also want to commend you, Carlos, at PICS, because for a week you have enabled webinars on PICS design and accessible to all the central banks. And we have worked with about 40 of the regulators in Africa to participate and connect to these peer learning sessions and learn what you've done in PICS. So again, we have so much wealth and depth of knowledge, and the more coming together and sharing this, the more we've strengthened our lessons learning and our path to more inclusivity for customers. Now, back to the scale question, Arish. And this is my last 2 questions, one for Arish, one for Dilly, and then we'll hear some comments and open the floor. So don't get them ready, those questions. Scale remain a key challenge in IPS. And in the report, the way we looked at the sustainability was to compare the value of the system to the gross national income as a way of assessing a bit how the transactions are relative to the gross national income in trying to gauge how much economic activity is throughput going through the systems. And we have 3 systems that are actually over 100% of GNI. NIPS in Nigeria here, 186% over GNI. Ghana is 129% over GNI, and Uganda is 124%. So what I would like to hear from you is, what are your thoughts on the sustainability of instant payment systems on the continent? And also, you brought a very good point by saying we need domestic. So the country level system has to be strong. That helps also with cross-border system. Is the story of Africa country systems, regional systems? What's the mix? And what about that sustainability question of instant payment systems on the continent?
Thank you. I presume you're talking about financial sustainability.
Yes, of course.
So we need to be clear when we use sustainability. So I think, firstly, I think there is need for patient capital so that this issue is not like a 2-year, 3-year kind of return. But it takes time, for sure. But I think there are a few aspects to consider. In particular, I think it has to really penetrate into the economy, right? It has to penetrate every type of payment, including like kind of places of worship, for example. When you give donations, it has to go up to that level, right? Business to business, person to person. So I think it has to really penetrate. And if you have that, I think the sustainability question becomes automatically addressed. It might take time, but I think it might get automatically addressed. The other point is there are a few design choices, a few implementation options, which could actually make it more easier to achieve financial sustainability. Maybe to move from a CapEx model to an OpEx model. Maybe that could be a way to go. There could also be crowding in investments from various players to really keep the central infrastructure as minimalistic as possible so that other players can build other services on top of it. So there could be things like that which could be considered. But fundamentally, I think is to get the policy right so that it really penetrates the fabric of the society and it's used extensively. I think that will automatically address the problems. Now, related to domestic versus regional versus continental, global, and so on, I think it's all very visionary and very aspirational, but I think they are hard political and sovereignty considerations we need to grapple with. I think every country wants to have something which they can control. And this is to some extent also more top of mind given the geopolitical developments. So I think there will be perhaps a need for domestic infrastructures, but it could be done in a way that it seamlessly works on a regional level, it seamlessly works on a cross-border level, and where the institutional arrangements are in place, like what's in the case of the central bank, but also where there are regional bodies which are very strong, build the trust, there could be regional solutions which could be considered. But I think again, the point is about whether you could reuse certain system components so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel, which could also lower the cost for you. And maybe people like Costa need to where you have a centralized system but decentralized control. No, if you get that, this automatically gets addressed. So Costa, the challenge to you.
So I was gonna pull a fast one on Costa and say, this is time for comments. Here's the mic. So get ready, it's coming. Last question for you, Dili. So for mature inclusivity in the instant payment system, consumers need to have access to interoperable instant payment systems at low cost with a broad range of use cases supported, transparent and efficient consumer recourse mechanism. What is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation committed to, and what is your call to action for countries and ecosystem enablers such as ourselves, of course, all the stakeholders here, for inclusive DPIs in Africa?
Thank you so much, Sabine. So in terms of what the foundation is committed to, we have been in the last 10 years or so, our strategy is focused on supporting digital financial services, ecosystems, digital payments infrastructures, and so forth. So to this end, we will continue to support partners and work with both the public and private sector, especially players in this, specific to this topic at hand, players that are actually in the process of either designing, building, or scaling proper digital payment infrastructures and systems. We are also committed, obviously, to supporting key institutions such as AfricaNenda and others that are based here on the continent and that are providing direct technical assistance to those central banks and other players that are actually in the process of building these systems. So we're very much happy we have a partner like AfricaNenda that can actually do that. I think we were excited, very much excited when the first SIIPS report came out. It really is a first of its kind. We don't have this level of detail and information on the landscape of the instant and inclusive payment systems or instant payment systems on the continent. So we're very excited about this report and excited that you're continuing to do this. We hope that in terms of call to action and so forth, I think it's already been said here. It's an important report, both from understanding the baseline and monitoring, where Africa is going in terms of achieving its own goals of an integrated and inclusive digital economy that actually improves the lives of African citizens. So 2 central banks and others that actually sit on data and so forth, as Sabine has said, please do share it. It will strengthen the next SIIPS report, and we really hope that you do that. We were also excited, especially last year when the first report came out, and AfricaNenda, the World Bank, UNECA, and so forth, introduced the inclusivity framework, which is exciting. It really does help understand or actually nudge those that are actually building these payment systems to make it inclusive, because if it's not inclusive, we will not reach the 400 million unbanked adults on the continent. So again, call to action, improve that framework. Sabine talked about developing an index to actually measure against those inclusivity metrics and so forth. So really hope that that is mainstreamed and used by all players in the sector. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dilly. And I want to ask you, challenge us. It's a framework we have opened based on what we know. We want you to help us refine the challenge so it becomes a tool that we all look up to every year as we're measuring our pathway towards full inclusivity. So I want to thank you very much for indulging me in these questions. And we are very soon going to open the floor for other questions from participants here. I do want to acknowledge we had some partners who wanted to make maybe just comments before we dive into it. And Costa, you cannot escape. We're coming to you. With that, I know also I would like to call into Michael Iganza for Central Bank of Kenya. If you have anything to say, I'm calling on all the central banks who've given me data. Dr. Sato also from Ghana, if you have something to say, we'd love to hear it. But maybe I can ask my colleague to have a roving mic that we can share with Costa for his comments, and then we'll be moving on to other. Oh, I'll bring my mic. Don't worry about it, and then we can move this forward. And in the mix, please plan your questions.
Thank you. Thank you for putting me on the spot, Sabine. I knew it. And I like the challenge. I always like challenges. Just bring them to me. So I think the call to action, and I really want to address it to you for Africa. What if in 2030, every single country in Africa has an IIPS, either moderate or progressive? What if? That, I think, is the collective vision, and we can see on the ground, we can see political, economical, technology convergence that this goal is going to be possible. And so that's our challenge. And the pioneers in this room, of which there are many, are showing the way. So the question then is scaling. So how do we scale this to be actually done by 2030, that we have all of these countries inclusive IIPS, that we include the 400 million Africans that remain? It's about scale now. So how do we industrialize this process so that it can be much more efficient, while, Harish, preserving the requirements of each country to have a sovereign solution that they own and that they own and manage themselves? At the same time, how do we make sure that they don't waste resources and time redoing and solving all the problem all over again? That, I think, is still ahead of us. And as Dili and my team and I and AfricaNenda, we go and visit the pioneers in this room, we collect information that we share back with this community to try to effectively industrialize this process, and so that it be much more effective and faster. That's the challenge ahead. It can be done. We have, Dili has mentioned, open source solutions. That is one way to go. There are other ways, but there is a way to do this while preserving also the sovereignty and data protection and consumer protection. So thank you, Sabine, for giving me the floor for a few moments.
Thank you very much, Costa. I'm going to be roving with this mic. So I want to give the opportunity to Sato from Bank of Ghana for comments.
Thank you, Sabine. We have seen a very improved position compared to the 2022 report that was launched. And the key takeaway for me is that over the years, we have seen most countries that are developing their national payment system to ensure that they give a voice to their people. I could recall, if you take even as far back, let's say 2014, I was in Ethiopia here to do some work for the WTO and to present to the Ministry of Trade. And at that time, Ethiopia virtually had nothing in terms of payment system. Now, we have seen a very big improvement as of today. And you could see that the report really brought to light the journey as a continent we have made so far. But my main issue, which you have highlighted several times, is that we need to bring in more countries' data. Because when we say Africa, we mean everybody. And what we need to do is, especially we as directors of payment system, and I was happy you were at our last meeting at Marrakesh at the Payments Week. We need to get more data, data that will tell the story better. And data is very important in the sense that it gives us the opportunity to take data-driven policies. So most of the issues we have discussed in terms of your key area, customers' constraints, they could only be resolved if we have a data-led policy intervention. So what we need to do is to help support AfricaNenda so that by 2030, we will have a seamless, integrated, instant payment for Africa. I would like to build on what you said, that we want domestic system to be matured at certain years to come. We are working towards a very inclusive African payment system infrastructure, because it will not be enough if we have national silo systems that are developed, but that are not Africa inclusive. Because in Ethiopia here, most of the things they have is common to what we have in Ghana. The issues that we have discussed, the problems are the same. So at our Association of Africa Central Bank level, we have already started very progressive work to ensure that the national systems are linked. If they are linked, the issue of the gender gap will be fast-tracked and narrowed. So I think we must really commend AfricaNenda. This was a very big gap that we had in Africa. We didn't have any institution that was bringing on board instant payment issues in Africa until AfricaNenda has come in. And I believe the next 5 years, the number of people we are having here at your lunch will be at a geometric rate, because it's going to be a very big thing. Because if you watch carefully, technology and innovations is driving towards instant payment. Nobody want, consumers want their money now. They don't want to waste. So when you go and put up system that the person has to get the money tomorrow, nobody will get it. So you are on the right track, but you need central bank support, and we like your advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Seta. I am going to ask another central bank representative here to share with us, and then we'll come back to the question of gender.
Thank you. My name is Michael Eganza from the Central Bank of Kenya, Director responsible for banking and payments. Oh, this way. Okay. Oh, the online crowd. Okay. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I picked up a bad flu, but also I think it's testament to the intense conversations we had yesterday, and they were very vocal in terms of really trying to understand this subject. And I think from a Kenya perspective, I want to assure AfricaNenda I have a lot of data, but I don't have somebody to look at it. So now I have someone who's offered to look at the data and draw some insights that would actually help us from a policy dialogue perspective to know what exactly we need to be able to do. And be assured that we will share that data. And we are at the forefront actually in this journey, and we will partner. I think the other key thing that probably my only comment is highlighting part of the discussions we had yesterday, and we were taken through the inclusivity metrics or indices. And I kept on saying yesterday, and we had that conversation, and I appreciated that the fact that indeed we need data. And my sister talked about us agreeing on a taxonomy of how we capture this data. So I think the faster we have that, the better. But that then allows us, and that was the conclusion yesterday, for us all to start measuring the things that matter. Yeah, and what are those things that matter? It's not about the inclusivity of the instant payment system itself, but how is it impacting on financial inclusion? How is it impacting on driving and promoting digital payments? How is it impacting on cost and affordability? Those are the conversations then we need to be able to have once we assess, now that we've deployed this critical infrastructure, how is it supporting and helping us in delivering those important things? And I think that's the conversation I hope to see being touched in the next reports, and the tying of that to those things that matter. And that becomes very, very useful for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I have one last comment that I'm aware of, and then the floor is open if there are any questions. Please, if you can share your mic with Zach. I think we've talked a lot about women financial inclusion and the barriers that we're seeing in the ecosystem. So any comment on that is welcome. And then after, I will pass on the mic to you, Jaju, and see if we have any questions on the floor.
Thank you, Sabine. And just a quick introduction. I'm Zachary Kazaz with the Gates Foundation and within the Gender Equality Division. So as we heard today, unfortunately, the gender gap in financial inclusion is increasing instead of decreasing. And as the Honorable Minister talked about earlier, one of the main reasons of that is the gender digital divide and the mobile gender gap. The issue of women's access to data and phones is quite multi-tenanted. It goes to affordability, their access, or the products relevant for them. Is it safe and secure for them to use it, and social norms? Within that, the Gates Foundation is very pleased that in the spring, we'll be launching a $60 million fund along with our partners with the U.S. Agency of International Development called the Women in the Digital Economy Fund. That fund will be 50% dedicated to Africa, and it will be a grant vehicle for organizations, civil society who have demonstrated impact in bridging the gender digital divide. I really hope that many of the organizations here will join us as partners in the initiative to close the gender digital divide and potentially apply for grants through the vehicle. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right. Before we go into the Q&A, I want to also really recognize our research partners who have worked really hard with us towards the last 12 months to bring this report together. Dubel, please stand up. For Century. Century has been our partner, and then Antonia is also in the room, I think. Please, working through the research, helping us in the analytics and pulling together this report. We thank you for your support. And you also know, I'm sorry? Yes, I am not done. Why are you rushing me? I am not done. I'm coming. So remember, I said we did 5 country research. So we had a partner who did the country research with us. Where are you? All right, please stand up so we can also recognize you. So thank you very much for your support in helping us on the country research. It takes a team, and of course we have the entire AfricaNenda team and with us here and online. So not everybody is here, and the blood and sweat of a lot of people are in this report that you're reading. So thank you to all of us. So I'm passing the mic to you, Jaju, for any questions that we can take on the floor, right? Thank you.
So thank you very much, Sabine, for that lovely session. Thank you, our distinguished speakers. The floor is now open. I know the ideal scenario would have been to allow all of you to go through the report, digest, sleep over it, and then ask questions. But I'm sure there are those early comments or early questions, after the presentation that we did earlier. So if there are any comments, any pressing areas of clarification, and early thoughts in terms of feedback. Happy to hear them.
Here we go.
Do I need to stand up?
We will
No.
not see you.
Oh.
For a video.
Thank you very much. It's delightful to be here with all of you, and I want to recognize the excellent panel we just had, and what not to love about the SIIPS report, right? So what if we have commitment to share data? We have system operators, regulators, central bank. So Sabine, I will leave it to you to put the pressure to have your data for the next report. So thank you very much. My question goes to Carlos and Central Bank of NIPS, because of GIPS, of course. And if you can elaborate more about what the liquidity management of direct and indirect participant, both of you, and also the arrangement that has been made for dispute and claims for end users. That would be very, very helpful for me. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I will just rove the mic. Carlos, question. Archie? Oh, you can't escape what you're asking.
As you rightly know, when it comes to real time, by the time the banks exchange funds, the individuals are gone already. Exactly, yeah. So we do have a mechanism where we have commits, etc. So we've put in some processes. I think I shared it with a number of institutions, and I'm quite happy to do same in your case as well. And it's mainly an operational issue that we would have to share them with you. I mean, talking about it wouldn't really help. Yeah. But we also have our dispute resolution for the real time, which is different from the cards and the rest as well. And there are some liability shifts if you haven't implemented certain things, transactional confirmation, status inquiries and things. So there are some systems that you need to put in place as well to ensure that when the transaction is not successful, how long do you have to wait? There are some times and things. So I'm quite happy to take you through the whole process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Regarding the liquidity management, well, just a step back here. We have access rules for the PIX scheme, and we have access rules for the settlement infrastructure. They're different. For the PIX scheme, there is no direct and indirect. They're all participants. They all can provide solutions to end users and so on equal basis, on a level playing field, let's say. And they can choose regarding the access to the settlement platform. They can choose if they want to be direct participants or indirect participants in the settlement platform. And if they are, of course, direct participant, they have or they need to have an account at the central bank. The RTGS system is a different account, it's a different system, so they can manage liquidity between both accounts. We provide liquidity, intraday liquidity for some participants, not all of them, but for the participants that we don't provide liquidity, intraday liquidity, due to legal reasons and so on, we provide interest in the balances. So that's the way that we figure out to, let's say, not have liquidity issues in the ecosystem and so on. We also have rules on penalties if the participant doesn't have enough liquidity in the ecosystem to settle a PIX transaction from their clients. So that's, let's say, an incentive to a good management framework or management for the PSPs. Regarding the issue of client dispute, we don't have any let's say dispute mechanism or dispute resolution, but we do have a special refund mechanism. And that is for operational mistakes or for fraud. So if they're subject or if they suffer a fraud, for example, they can request a refund in this special refund mechanism. And there is a standardized procedure to get the request, pass on to the PSP of the receiver. They block the funds. Both PSPs, PSP of the payer and PSP of the payee, analyze the request while the funds are blocked into the payee account. And if it's actually considered a fraud, then they send the PSP of the payee send back the money to the original customer, let's say. And that's working well. That has been a very effective and good mechanism in the PIX ecosystem. It has helped a lot building trust in the instrument, in the payment instrument. And of course, you have to take care of some legal aspects, some things that you have to take into consideration. For example, when you onboard or when you open an account in a PSP, you agree that if the funds are considered a fraud, then you have given a pre-authorization for the PSP to get the money from your account and send it back. So that's let's say some legal aspects you have to take into consideration, but that has been very important to the PIX ecosystem. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Are there any questions? I saw some hands at the back. Yes, the gentleman next to Segi.
Thanks very much. My name is Chris Hamilton. I'm a consultant on national payment infrastructure. First of all, congratulations to AfricaNenda for an outstanding launch and a report. I'm very interested in the evolving role of central banks in the inclusive instant payment infrastructure. I think we can probably all agree that the heavy lifting is my microphone coming through? Yeah. The heavy lifting in terms of leadership in Africa is being largely by central banks today. And if we're going to get to Costa's industrial strength ubiquity, I think that probably has to continue for now. It's hard to see another path in the short term. And then we look at the report and it talks about mature, inclusive instant payment systems. And there's a tantalizing possibility there, which we don't know about yet because there isn't one, according to the report. What are central banks going to do in the long term in this space? Will they continue to lead the innovation and the evolution of instant payment systems in Africa? Or is there an evolutionary path here which sees them gradually handing the innovation mantle to the private sector, maybe to fintechs? And if so, what does that look like and how do we achieve it? I'm very interested in views from the panel.
I can start here. Well, I know your question. Thank you for your comments and your question. I know your question is on Africa, but as the Central Bank of Brazil has taken a very active role, let's say, in South America, I could share my view here on that. I do believe that we need a very strong action from the central banks currently. It's very important to make sure that we build not only an instant payment system, but an inclusive instant payment system. And that's not easy to achieve if you don't have a public authority or the central bank taking the leadership. And I don't mean to have all the central banks being the operators and so on, but they have to be strongly involved into the building or into the construction of the ecosystem. And that's my view here, right? I could say that in case of Brazil, it has been extremely important in terms of this public objective, especially in the inclusivity aspect. Just to have an idea, we have now more than 70 million people that have been included into the financial system, that have been made their first digital transfer with PIX. It accounts for a little over 50% of our adult population in Brazil. So in only 2 years. So in 2 years, we now have the 70 million people into the financial system. And it's not, as I said, it's not only a number. It's 70 million Quitos that were excluded, that didn't have access to the financial system, didn't have access to investments, to credit, to insurance, and to payments, of course, and that now has a better life. That's what really matters, to provide a better life for people, for better conditions for businesses, and so on. And let's remember that we have right now a digital revolution going on in our society. And having access to a digital payment also means that they also have access to digital whatever they need. So it's a digital inclusion. It's not only payment or financial inclusion, but it's a digital inclusion. So it has to be, in my view, a strong public policy. And if the central bank take an active role, we can see results in such a short period of time, like 2 or 3 years, that is in case of Brazil. Looking at the future, I don't know if the central bank is going to continue to take that active role during the next years. But the most important thing is we have to keep looking at how things are going to evolve, and see if we need action in terms of public objectives. If we see anything that we need to do in terms of achieving public objectives, we have to step in. If we see that the market is evolving naturally and is achieving the public objective, we had built all the foundation of what we need to have all the improvements, then we can just sit and see and watch the market getting a more active role. But if it doesn't, we have to step in. So it doesn't, I mean, it has no assertive answer here. So it depends on how things are going to evolve in the future.
Yeah, I think I share your views as well. I think the central bank needs to play an active role. But what does that mean? I don't believe that the central bank should be performing those tasks. If you look at the case in Ghana, the central bank rightly set up a subsidiary called GIPS. The central bank, most of them are economists and they wear suits. I hardly wear suits anyway. Today is one of the few days I'm wearing suits. The world of payments, it's moved towards IT and not economics and regulatory monitoring, etc. So I believe that for the central bank needs to set up a subsidiary and ensure that they support and resource the entity with the right caliber of individuals who would be able to drive the agenda. And it's also important that they keep a strong hold on it in terms of ownership, because of the public good aspect of the public service, which we do. If you cast your mind back when the COVID incident came, unfortunate incident, we set all our prices to zero to support. This is not something that, if it's left in the private hands, they will do. I happen to be in the US advising the federal state of Chicago, so I think 2 months ago. where they want to implement an instant rail like we have nationwide. And I think they're calling it Fed now also. And they are having challenges. Why? Because Zelle took the lead with 8 banks. They had a clearinghouse which comprised of about 12 of the key banks, and they left the rest. So in order to gain inclusiveness, which I believe the central bank, that's what the central bank is interested in, they must take a lead role in that regard. So if it's even happening in America, how much less Africa? So I think we don't have a choice. Thank you.
Can I add? Sure. Yeah. Thank you so much. So I just wanted to point out here that that's a good question. In the definition of an inclusive instant payment system versus an IPS, I think one of the design principles or design choices that you have to make is to make sure that the regulator supports and is in place to support the IIPS creation. This is also one we have within the foundation, have what we call a level 1 project, design principles. There's all of those design principles are actually in the IIPS definition, and one of the criteria which we think will yield an inclusive payment system is to actually have the regulator in place and supporting. And I think when you start thinking about things like cross-border payments, you cannot get away from having the regulator in place and supporting things like currency exchange, how you settle those things and so forth. Regulatory harmonization, I think, was discussed here earlier. Our experience has been that where you have the support of the regulator in there and adjusting policies and regulations to create the enabling environment and so forth, you really do get towards that inclusivity. So I think unless things change, and we believe that that will be what needs to be in place to achieve inclusivity. Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Antonia Esser from Sentry. I want to talk a little bit about the payment service providers that these IIPS systems are meant to support to actually reach the consumer. And I think what we're seeing on the continent is that role up until now has been played by individual entities, especially mobile money operators or card associations like Visa. So if we really want to achieve the scale, I think it's without question that we need these dominant market players to be part of the systems. And they have done a lot of infrastructure so far, build a lot of these markets. So in your perspective, how do you best get these players to become part of the system? Is it a compelling value proposition, or is it a question of mandating them? What has been the best and most successful approach in your experience? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Marian Joroge from Frontier Consulting Services. And I think a lot of them lean into the comments that the gentleman, the Central Bank of Brazil made about looking or stretching research into a lot of what it is that we're doing, whether it's systems or payment service providers, simply because, thank you. Simply because something like digital payments, we did the consumer research, but something as simple as, are digital payments simple to use? Quantitatively, you will find consumers will say 80–90% of them, yes, they're absolutely simple to use. But when you come to the qualitative understanding across different markets in Africa, you begin then to see a fallout, and it becomes, it's not so simple to use. Something as what we would call simple as a digit passcode to be able to use your mobile money payment is actually complex for women in Cameroon, and it starts becoming a headache. And then you go to Zambia and they're like, oh, why aren't you using when you do immersive studies and you find, why aren't you using payment? Why aren't you using your money payment or digital payments? Yes, I have it and I know about it, but it's difficult for me because of the passcode. And then you go to Tanzania and women are like, oh, I just give my passcode to the mobile money agent because he'll remember it for me, which makes them vulnerable to fraud. So you find in such instances, then women start becoming disproportionately affected by digital payment. Something as simple as a passcode, a digit passcode. But when you look at the quantitative data, it's, oh, but it's simple to use. But what does simplicity really mean? So being I think is important to understand that across the room and across the board. So not just but also in the systems design stage, being able to design systems that are responsive for the people able to help.
Thank you. My name is Camilo. I'm from Minca, a fintech company that actually enables these instant payment systems in Latin America. I've been about the development of local instant payment systems and then the integration of these local instant payment systems to create cross-border payments. But as you already mentioned, these cross-border payment systems start facing new challenges, such as, for example, settlement process and currency exchange process. So my question is if you have any good practices or ideas for us to face those challenges. Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, my question is just to add on to all the comments that came up about the central bank. When the mobile money was being set up, at least in Africa, at some point the AFI was able to have either a subcommittee that was dealing with mobile payments, and they got a lot of influence because what they did is they got the governors of central banks come there with also these mobile operators, another question that was brought up. So how do we, is there any working arrangement so far with AfricaNenda and that sort of subcommittee? Because there's already sort of a system that is meeting from a policy harmonization perspective. And it may be better to find a way of having that roundtable or so with them to enable that harmonization, because otherwise then we are sort of getting duplicative, because right now some of those influential mobile operators are not in this room, and that's also a factor.
You are the only thing between us and lunch.
I think the comments that have been made so far are valid. Once you have put in the central infrastructure, you realize that initially, in our case, we're dealing with banks. Then to a less extent, the mobile money companies. We did not pay too much attention to fintechs until we started seeing the data. And then we realized that as we speak now, the fintechs are our primary customers when it comes to the real-time payments. So if you are to develop real-time payments in your country, please do not leave the fintechs behind. In our case, we do have a requirement regime. I think there are 3 licenses. One, a standard, a medium, and an enhanced. The enhanced license, once you've achieved it, you are allowed to connect directly to the national switch. And I think I did something which I haven't done for years. I think about 6 months ago, I had a meeting with all fintechs to see how we can support them. That alone shows you that it's a paradigm shift between dealing with the banks and dealing with the fintechs. If you are to come up with products and services appropriate for individuals, government, companies, and things, it's the fintechs that will drive it. So it's important that maybe, like someone rightly said, in our next forum, we have fintechs companies here because they are going to be the ultimate consumers of whatever we put in place. There's always also a need for us to listen and amend what we do as we go along. When we implemented the eSwitch biometric card, we thought it was cumbersome to use, and we all moved towards the mobile money arena. But to date, a lot of the social intervention mechanisms we have in Ghana now, the individuals have opted. They prefer to use the e-switch card because it's easier for them. All they have to do is present their finger and they have access to the funds on their cards. So we are listening and we are ensuring that we provide payment solutions and services appropriate to what is required. Thank you.
My unsung heroes are killing me because I have not been moderating the time wisely, and lunch is right there for us. So closing argument, answering a question, and closing from each of your side, if there are any. Go ahead, Dilly, and then Arish.
Yeah, thank you so much. There were a lot of questions, but I wanted to respond to the question from Senfree, which I think is a critical question. You know, we sometimes think you build and then they come. They don't always come. We have seen, you know, fund different deployments on the continent, both regional and national, and also globally outside of Africa, obviously. And where we've seen traction and where we've seen scale being achieved is one option is to actually mandate. So it's to actually require all licensed financial service providers to onboard onto the system. So that's kind of the easy way. But this is not the case in all situations. And we have some projects that are, you know, they've built the system, but they're struggling. They don't have a lot of DFSPs on the system. And one of the things that we commissioned a study actually to understand what are the scale barriers for these instant and inclusive payment systems. And one of the things that we learned is this cost of onboarding is a big one, especially for the smaller institutions and so forth. So one of the recommendations really is to think about, even from the start, the design of the system, how are you going to address those things when it comes to time to onboard these DFSPs? Is there a way to, perhaps there's also a space for philanthropic capital to do the stopgap financing for certain institutions to onboard onto these systems. I think the other is, in some cases, lack of awareness and not sufficient sort of communication around the value proposition and why it's important to onboard. So this is a critical question. I don't think we have a full answer for this, but it's an important one. The private sector engagement with the system is critical. So great question. And just want to say thank you for this opportunity. We've enjoyed this, and I'll let somebody else jump in.
Wonderful. I think, do you have you're good? Or? Okay. And
just
then
I know we're hungry and we want to have lunch, but just a few comments on user experience. So first question, then, and I'm taking the second one, the user experience. I think at least in our view, we have three aspects that are very, very important to achieve an inclusive instant payment system: cost, user experience, and communication, and provide information. So user experience is clearly one of them. What we did in PIX is we set up user experience requirements for the PSPs. So all the PSPs, all the 800 PSPs that we have now in PIX, they must follow those UX requirements. And those UX requirements were not only set up by UX experts, let's say. Of course, the basic idea, the basic proposition came from UX experts, but we also took into consideration real people, let's say. And one of these real people was a child, was at the beginning of when we were developing PIX, was my special advisor, let's say, which was my 9-year-old son at the time. And I would take the propositions from the UX experts, and I would take it to my son and see, we have three options here from the UX experts, let's say. Which one is easier? Which one is simple to use, intuitive to use? Oh, that this one is the easiest solution for sure. And that was the solution that was chosen to put in the UX requirements on the PICS rulebook. And we also get information from the public. So we conduct an yearly survey to get information from businesses and from the people. And questions that we insert in the survey is that, do you use PICS? Why? Is it easy? Is it difficult? Why is it difficult? And we get all the information, try to improve all the time. And that commitment has been very important. So sorry for those comments. Thank you very much, and was very great, and I was happy to be here.
Thank you very much. We have a last comment from you, Irish, and I know we're taxing you today. Lunch is, but bear with us. This is the last comment, and then quick announcement on the afternoon breakout sessions, and we can go for lunch.
Thank you. So Carlos, I hope your son has a passport. So regarding your question related to the how to get PSPs on board, so I think the first lesson of negotiation law is always to understand your competitor. You really need to understand whom you're negotiating with. So I think really before introducing any system, I think you need to understand where the resistance will come from and then plan for it. Mandating is, of course, seems very attractive, but even if you mandate and they comply, doesn't mean that they will actively promote the service. So I think these are two different things. So I think the point really is about making them see the value and maybe giving them, maybe letting them be out of the system for some time when they will realize that what they're missing, and they might come in. But there's certain things which might need to be mandated in the beginning, which is perhaps that every participant should be mandated to receive a payment if they receive from somebody else, because otherwise the experience breaks down. And then if there's any acquirer in the market, they will need to accept it. Maybe those things might need to be mandated, but not that they have to offer all the services, which might come in later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really could not hope for, best panelists with me today. You've taken the questions with very, very kind, the tough ones and everything else. Thank you. Please, let's give them another round of applause. Thank you very much. On the screen, we are going to put up, we have 3 breakout sessions this afternoon. We are going to brace about 45 minutes for lunch just because of the constraints on time. And then we will be back here in this room, and the other ones are downstairs. So we have the banquet hall is this one. So if you want to access the breakout one, Unlocking Africa, the trade potential, you will be coming back here. This is the banquet hall. If you want to meet the, attend the consumer session, this is going to be conference room 5. It's downstairs, lower floor, and right facing me. And then the one on, policy harmonization, it's going to be CR6. It's also downstairs. We have some of the reports in English and French printed. If you want a paper copy, please reach out to my colleague Nadia, who is here, or Stella. I don't know where you are, and Stella, who is over there. You can pick one of those. I am digital by design. Download it on the website. Don't need paper. Save the planet. All right. I think I have all the announcements. Is there anything else, Barry? Are we all set? Lunch is right facing, so it's in this floor. So just go around, and it's on the other side in the room. So lunch is already served. Anything else? Oh, there is a QR code. You see how digital we are? You can scan the QR code, well, there are 2 different QR codes. This one is for the report, the breakout sessions. Oh yeah, the report. Yes, so this gives you access to all of the resources online on SIIPS. And like I said, there's much more than what we're seeing on the paper. Case studies, consumer research, videos of actual consumers telling us their story. So please, interactive map of Africa, country system, what is available also in terms of use cases, and all the information that's behind the database that feeds into the report. They are all accessible, all public goods. So please, if there are any questions, do not hesitate to call on any one of our AfricaNenda team present here. And of course, reach out also even virtually. Remember, smensa@africanenda.org. All right. So shall we thank you again? Thank you truly. And thank you for indulging us till 2 p.m. for lunch. My sincere apologies on time management. I've been told I have some, improvements. Thank you very much. So please, it's right literally facing us. Sorry? Yes, you can leave your stuff here. You don't have to worry, and then come back and get it. So don't hesitate. Lunch is on the other side, literally. It's here. Just walk on the other side, and we'll direct you to the lunch. Thank you.
Just one